Welcome to this week's session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that are going to come in and populate the queue, as usual, we're going to begin with a warm-up level. This is from back in October by Choo Choo, who is a maker who recently came to my attention. It's called Ectoplasmic Ridiculum. This is one of those alliterative makers, you can tell because of the description advising us to avoid abundant appendages and anger an avaricious antagonist. Glitch, you are going to send me Gunhead 2, Big Boss Boogaloo, and by far your hardest level, and that's precisely why we are going to do a warm-up first. But we'll get to yours in just a moment. Okay, Ectoplasmic Ridiculum. Let's see what this is all about. So lots of ghosts in the description, I see. So going to have some off-screen play here. Telling us to go up just to enter the door, and then we'll see what this is all about. Just an off-screen mechanism. Raising and lowering the stack, we'll just be sure to play around it. Yeah, it's a bit of a story sequence at the beginning where the Dry Bones gets crushed. Netcat, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's not rush through it quite so inadvisably. We can in fact do it on the first cycle, but not if I pull back. Yeah, it's been about a week since I played this game, and so that's why we have to get everything back in order. And okay, going to go up the pipe. Once again, it's just going to be timing our way around the stacks. I see that the scroll does allow us to go slightly forward. Quaxon830, welcome. Thank you for the submission. And Netcat, I've been well. Just doing a bit of a temporary change to our streaming setup, and hopefully it's going to hold up. So Quaxon, thank you for Temple of the Thwomps, hoping to get to that soon enough once I start paying attention to this level instead of the chat. So yeah, as always, let me know if everything is functioning well on the technical side, and just so we don't run into any of the usual nuisances with audio production and anything else. We are testing a slightly different setup than usual here. And Natcat, thank you for Super Magma Maker. Looking forward to who you are recommending to me this time around. Always seems like you've got a war chest of maker recommendations that I haven't seen. And okay, just going to watch this pattern here carefully. And that's going to get me through. Same idea here. Of course, we're going for the optional coin because we are unwise that way. The indie games have been great. I have been off the past few days. Just for travel and technical reasons, but we did finish Creeks earlier in the week, which was a puzzle platformer by a studio that usually does point-and-click adventure games, and that was a lot of fun. Felt very much like doing puzzle levels in this game in some ways. And yeah, the coin does tell me that we're going to jump to safety over there. I should have trusted that and given that a high bounce. It's okay. We'll be back here in no time. Let's once again be just a little bit patient here with the first jump. And forward we go. And yeah, Natcat, you're quite right. Grease looks really beautiful. I looked at the concept art gallery after we were finished with the game, and one of the things I remarked on was this was one of the only games I've played that looked pretty much exactly like its concept art, where you don't have to fantasize about what could have been. And it was just right on the ball. Chew Solo, welcome. Chew Solo, hoping we can get to you soon enough today. Let's see here. I think I do have to go over the saw blade from the left to the right. I was wondering if there was maybe something else to the thwomp pattern that we could adjust around, but not so. Let's be careful. Okay, there we go. Very well-timed squeak. Let's once again be careful. This is, of course, exactly why I warm up, just to get some of these habits out of my system before we take on what Glitch tells me is a particularly difficult level that we'll be facing later. And yeah, Chew Solo, hoping to get to you soon enough. I know that we've kind of been running a bit long lately. And totally overshot that time. Furia, welcome. Glad to see you in right from the start, as always. And that's quite a nice emote you've come bringing along as well, so. Alright, up we go. And yeah, we'll just take this all the way up. I was trying to aim dead center that time, but sort of misjudged the height, given that that was off screen, but we'll go back there and... Yeah, first cycle is just fine on the first boo over here, as long as we're paying attention, which I'm not quite doing. And Captain Redbeard, welcome. Hope all of your word puzzle escapades have been going well. Okay, let's jump over here. And boos go up, boos go down. And we'll just steadily do this again. There we go. Not quite. I do, in fact, need to catch it at an opportune time. Even with the highest bounce, it is possible for that to go a little bit too low. So we'll just keep that in mind as we get back there. 2 new levels already, and Grakowski just played through one. Excellent. Yeah, I did see that Grakowski was doing his usual puzzle stream earlier. Actually, I think he just recently expanded to Saturday nights his time, which is quite nice to see. And Chew Solo, your Twitch just stopped working. Hopefully it is not something on my end. Yeah, we actually do need to watch the height on that blooper. I believe it does spawn in within range when we first enter that room, so it should be synchronized, but I wasn't quite gauging the timing accurately on that, so let's just go back and try it. Furia, I find it annoying that Random Timmys blatantly comment that they booed your Kaizo level. I don't make Kaizo levels, so I haven't had that happen to me, but as somebody who makes pretty good Kaizo levels, I'm sure that that's something that is a really unfortunate circumstance for you. I mean, are they booing it just because it's Kaizo, or, you know, where they're just browsing super expert? Not really keeping their expectations in check, or... I don't know, I feel like I've strategically managed my time in this game, and my time and my attention, to avoid the rumored Little Timmys as much as possible, such that I just hear about their behavior secondhand from everybody else, and don't really have to deal with too much of it myself, which is pretty ideal. I mean, Mario Maker is big enough that you really do have to pick your battles sometimes. That blooper is really causing me a bit of trouble. I am kind of following the curve there. But the height on that thing is just a little bit weird. And yeah, Chew Solo, it's too bad Twitch is acting up for you. I'll be sure to keep that in mind when I call you up later, just to make sure that I don't accidentally remove you if you're just having trouble. Sounds like a skill level, sounds like a skill problem. I mean, depends on the level, but yeah, much of the time, Furia, that's going to be the conflict here. Well, let's be careful. Okay. I actually think I can't go over. I do need to take the Thwomp onto low cycle and just go under Blade. I will not get enough height the way that it's rotating around, at least with the kind of momentum I'm taking forward with me. The Thwomp doesn't go through that cycle quickly enough for for me to go left and right over the top of its pattern. And so we'll just do that again and see if we can finally get that right. Yeah, this pattern here is still throwing me off a bit, just because I think we start with the second blooper off screen, and so you have longer distances like that, the timing can be a little bit difficult to estimate. They spam report for no reason. Yeah, Furia, that's really unfortunate because I think that's part of why some makers really do run into too many issues with Nintendo and glitch detection. I mean, when people who are just trying to report everything are going to do so on technically ambitious levels, sooner or later they're going to catch something, and really quite unfortunate for the makers who are just victims of their own popularity. Okay. Oh, that's just totally off screen, that's why. Thought it was on target that time. And yeah, Glitch, I don't remember if you've shown me that level in terms of a pick a path that doesn't outright kill you. I mean, very often you can have fairly interesting puzzle setups that work similarly, where the point isn't to kill you, but to just get you to rethink the thing that you were doing. There we go, much better. Now that we understand the pattern, just checking up here to make sure there's nothing spawning up at the top of that track. I actually want to scroll back into this room. Ah, okay, so there actually is a door. A secret door up top there. On the top level. We'll keep that in mind in the event that I somehow don't make it to this checkpoint here. We'll make it, though. I kind of thought there was a secret there, but it's not something we'll be able to do on the first attempt. We'll have to confront that some other time. Oh, boss music's coming. Yeah, let's not catch that when it goes too low. And yeah, Glitch, I think I remember which level you're talking about now. And yeah, go ahead and share that code in chat for those curious, if you'd like. Okay, boss music. Once again, nope, first cycle there is not going to work. It's not going to take me quite high enough. Yeah, let's pay attention here. Do have to hold up coming out of checkpoint. You do have a moment to react to that, but sometimes when I respawn at checkpoint, I usually take that moment to just glance over at chat, and there are levels that definitely punish you for that. If you're not careful about how the checkpoints are set up. One of my panels are guarding that. Let's not take it. So yeah, we did miss the secret. I did know how to get it, but not the key. I did know how to get to the correct door, but then it led to a pipe, then it led to the key door. There was probably just some bonus room there, so let's get into the queue. Adam, welcome. Okay, first in queue today is going to be Glitch. Just so people further behind in the queue are aware, Glitch did warn me that this is a particularly hard level. And so we'll see how much time we spend on it, whether I finish it or not. Gunhead 2, Big Boss Boogaloo. The big bosses came back. Can our heroes survive this challenge? Well, thank you for offering me early access. I see that Street Rat so far has the only clear. And we'll see if we can get anywhere near that. 21-minute time. Not counting, of course, the time it takes to get to checkpoint 1. Ready, Gunhead as usual. Let's wallop. Okay, Thwomp is going to push. And yeah, we just needed to get on top of the Thwomp and then shoot to the left. That's just something that took me a moment to read. I did read the first shot correctly, but not the landing after that. So we did miss. We did have enough time to land back on the red platform safely after that, but not plan ahead for the second shot. So let's just keep that in mind as we proceed forward. And yeah, I do know, Glitch, that this is, I think, a bit of a boss remix from you. Yeah, the Thwomp is supposed to take it all the way through, otherwise you do die here. Same kind of idea as usual. There is going to be a bit of a speed check here on the Thwomp in terms of getting the second shot down quickly enough to make everything happen. So yeah, Koopa T583, thank you for the submission. So yeah, I can actually get on top of the Thwomp directly in that moment, and that's going to be much better than landing and trying to get back on the Thwomp when you just have that one tile slot to work with. I think that is the strategy we should go for, just land on top of the Thwomp directly after shot number 1. And then, okay, we do need to hit everything quickly enough in order for the sequence of Pow Blasts to get the Thwomp to cut through that bottom block. That's something that was not quite clear to me blindly, but we'll do that and we'll just take a look. Same idea, the 10 coin actually is a pretty useful guide for that. Of course, I remember this specific problem with a previous glitch level where scrolling into a POW shot was something that caught me a little bit off guard, so we'll try to anticipate that a little bit further ahead and see if we can get a shot in time to get the Thwomp through. Not quite. Okay, no, it did go through that time, so we are supposed to go up. Let the Thwomp hit the POW and possibly drop back down. I'm not quite sure if I'm reading that correctly, but we'll find out soon enough. Why is Twitch Mobile telling you the channels are offline? Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I don't know if it's something on the app side or something with your local connection. Okay, no, here's the issue. The Thwomp can cut through the bottom brick just fine, but we have to fire soon enough to kill the POWs before the Thwomp is in range of the POWs, because if we wait too long, the Thwomp is going to get blasted itself. So once again, we just need to shoot a little bit faster. Nope, that's going to be... that's right there. Koopa T, you're currently working on a trash level. Well, remember to wash your hands after you're finished. Okay. There we go. That's going to be fine. Oh, nope. I didn't expect the Thwomp to hit that bottom block, and so I was jumping in anticipation of the pipe just a little bit too early. We can, in fact, go through before the P-switch disables everything. And G-Solo, you're connected to house Wi-Fi and you're not sure what's going on. Yeah, it might just be something on Twitch's end. Nope, too late. And yeah, Koopa T, by the way you're describing that level, I'm sure there's definitely an audience for it. And to put it mildly, seems like it sounds very much like the kind of thing that I used to see all the time on big streams like Orator, who is also running viewer levels today, I think, in the same time slot. Tends to have a very different kind of turnout when it comes to submissions on his end. Let's do this a little bit faster once again. Oh, Hylian Dread has Trash Tuesdays. Okay. I didn't know that. I do watch Hylian Dread from time to time, but I haven't really caught his garbage specials. Yeah. Yeah, definitely an audience for every kind of level. Did you see the way that the cannonball was leading me slightly there? That was an interesting interaction, where I was keeping pace with the cannonball that I fired with what seemed like a regular shot rather than the charge shot. That was kind of weird. Just an early release, I think. Yeah, that was the same thing. I didn't charge sufficiently, and so what was happening was that I was actually matching the pace of the cannonball as I was careening forward. So the lesson there is just that I do need to wait for the full charge. I was firing a little bit early because I didn't think that I would be able to get a shot out in time to not kill the Thwomp. But yeah, if we charge like that, Then we come down, and then... Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to the door there. So we just jump repeatedly on top of the donut block until the P-switch expires. That's all there is to it. And yeah, Captain Redbeard, that did look bizarre, but the explanation was fairly simple. I'm pretty sure that that wasn't happening entirely because I did not hold the charge for long enough. So there is a very tight pocket here when that interaction is going to go. Now, the weird thing about the implementation of the donut blocks here in 3D World is that while it matches the other Mario styles, it doesn't actually match the original 3D World. Question mark is going to be a safety coin. Let's do each of these segments. If I can, I might just have to learn a few of them at a time, depending on how long we're taking with this level. Now, the nice thing about the multi-segment level glitch is that if we do need to do this in multiple segments, we can eventually do that. Now, losing the cannon hat is going to be death, I'm pretty sure, but it will give me the opportunity to just read this for a moment and see what it is I'm supposed to do. It looks like it's going to be a sequence of on-off activations that will drop the bullet blaster on the right side, and that will have a couple of different options for how to do that. So let's get back in there. Let's see if we can read that room properly again while dodging all of the incoming threats. So yeah, we get the cannon hat right away. Looks like, yeah, this switch is blocked initially, so what needs to happen is we need to shoot to the left side. I don't know if a charge shot is going to reach that pipe. If it doesn't reach that pipe, then what we need to do is jump on top of a bullet over to the left before the activation. And so there's always going to be a little bit of risk involved because the red and blue spike blocks are going to alternate every time we alternate the pipe that is required. Luckily, the shot is going to hit here. We do need to watch the shot to see if it's going to hit, because otherwise we would land on top of spikes on the way back. So this is tricky because we have to estimate precisely whether the shot is going to hit. Because I need to completely expect that the shot will in fact land a target on the on-off switch if I'm going to be landing on the opposite colored spikes. And I have to guess correctly. If I don't guess correctly, then that's just going to be a miss. Which is the thing that makes this difficult, I think, because you do need to know for sure whether the shot is going to make it past the rhythmic alternation of the beat blocks. Harder version of this room, yeah, I seem to recall. Glitch. And yeah, it's going to hit the spiny, and hitting the spiny also obstructs the shot. So not only do you need to time your way around the beat blocks, you need to time your way around the spinies. And so beat blocks release the spinies from the pipe. You actually, therefore, I think, need to wait for the spinies to go through the pipe. It's a very tight window. And again, you do need to estimate absolutely correctly. Okay, so that time I hit. Now, luckily, it looks like 3 hits will probably be enough for the bullet blaster to eventually land on top of a piece which that is off screen. So we'll see if we can make this happen. So yeah, Glitch, if we don't manage to do all of this, we'll definitely just try to take it one segment at a time and just learn it and possibly stitch it together in some other extended session. But I think it's probably manageable, this room at least. And we'll just make sure we see as many rooms as we can. Okay, so I need to wait for a later cycle. Kill the spiny with the first shot, and then we need to wait for a second shot. There we go. That's the way to do it. And then it's going to be the same thing symmetrically on the other side. But yeah, the beat blocks are going to be timed in such a way that the shot needs to be fired when the fire is coming down, I'm pretty sure. Because that's when you know the other side is going to be open. The side at the end of the pipe. So you do have to be at risk of being dunked on by fire in order to get anything done here, so... At least in certain cycles, I think so. Nope, do need to jump slightly in order to hit that target. Nope, guessed wrong. I thought I was going to hit that time, and unfortunately no. Very good, you went through the swamp route to the Icicle Precision. Interesting. You will say the red pipe is the hardest room. Yeah, I'll at least take a look at some of these different ones here and see what we can do. Yeah, do need to keep our eyes on several moving objects at once. Otherwise, we're going to run into all kinds of problems. Nope. Yeah, I mean, I know it's meant to be difficult. I don't think the patterns synchronize in a very convenient way. I do think that the timing window for doing something accurately here seems extremely narrow, given the variables you're juggling with the Spiny, the Podoboo coming down of the pipe, as well as the timing of the switches. So we'll see if we can make that happen, but it seems like the pocket that I found to actually make the timing work is a very risky window. So we'll see if we can do it. And of course, the trouble here is that you cannot take even one hit. So yeah, so far we've gotten as far as landing one hit safely. That's the best I've done out of 3. It is the same task in either direction after that. Everything is symmetrical from the way I'm reading it here. Nope. Have to remember that the spin doesn't give you very much lift in this style as opposed to an SMBU. Yeah, let's see if we can get this straightened out somehow. Nope. Yep, lots of incoming damage all over the place here. Okay, let's dodge. And we'll need to wait out a couple of cycles, I think. Just to, oh, okay, I did not expect to actually hit that time. That was kind of interesting in that it seems like that cycle will work if I fire just as the Spiny is entering the pipe, such that the shot doesn't actually catch the Spiny on the other side. So, we'll see. So let's dodge this. Wait for the Spiny to come out. And nope, that's not going to hit. Kind of need to jump towards the center and decide at that point whether the shot is going to be a good one. Nope, but that time I was in midair as the shot was about to make contact. I did not have the opportunity to adjust. I would say, Glitch, it's very impressive that you did manage to clear check this whole thing, if this is a measure of the kind of difficulty we're working with per room. Given how many times you do have to go through all of this consecutively. Mel64, welcome. So yeah, if it looks like we're just kind of crashing against this glitch, I will at least check the other rooms once. Looks like we do need to refine our method slightly here. Nope. Guessed wrong once again. Mel64, thank you for the submission of Stranded. As well as anybody else prior to that I failed to acknowledge. Beat a Sky, for instance. I don't think I saw your submission come in earlier, but thank you for that. And okay, there we go. Yeah, I just needed to hit that before the Spiny had the opportunity to come out. Let's do something similar this time. Okay. Yeah, the fire really totally zones you out. Nope. That's a hit. And Mail64, that's a temporary submission, and I guess you are busy clear checking or doing something else to retain the eventual code as a surprise. Now, the nice thing, Glitch, at least, is that the first room seems like it's fairly easy to repeat. If we do need to come back here on multiple attempts, I think sometimes the issue that one runs into with multi-checkpoint setups like this is if the introductory section is made too hard, where it becomes difficult to practice each room independently. But this one, it shouldn't really be an issue. The first room was only really a stumbling block in the sense that the thwomp timing for the POW column took me a little while to work out, but other than that, getting back into the main section here smoothly should not be a concern. The worst room is the red pipe. Yeah, I'll at least scan around to look at each of these once just to see what we're dealing with. And then maybe I'll pick something to push against. It would be nice to clear at least one of these into sitting. Let's just look at blue. Yeah, this one I remember, actually. Nope. Right, because this was just the gullet of that massive dragon boss that we had seen previously, except I'm sure that you've turned this into a hard mode version as well. Nope, was trying to face left in that shot, and that did not go. I mean, I'm sure that the actual intent was to shoot the block at the bottom. Also, the lava is going to chase you up fairly aggressively there. Only thing hard about this is that the auto-scroll makes you go a bit faster. I see, okay. Yeah, do need to adjust our jumping just a little bit here, just to change up the pattern a bit. I don't quite remember how I did this last time. I do remember that it wasn't too difficult from what I can recall. No, do need to face left. Yeah, and then I fire, and then I really do need to get a full running jump up to the blue blocks, I think, unless there is a good location to wall jump from, which I don't think will be the case. The design is slightly different to accommodate room, yeah, given how much you're stuffing into this whole layout. Let's face left. Yeah, Mel, happy lurking until we call you up later in the stream. And Glitch, yeah, I realize I'm not shooting the first on off. I feel like I don't particularly like shooting the first on off as a strategy. I think facing left on the second one, despite how I'm failing at it, is actually safer. So, I have never been known to follow instructions. Yeah, I know the idea is to shoot it in such a way that it's going to make contact one tile off. And we're not exactly going to do that. And Koopa T times Unite on which level, I wonder? Rebel MX, welcome. And thank you for the submission of... I think that's supposed to be a 2v2 level, but given some of the multiplayer submissions we've had from you in the past, I'm sure it's also playable in single. So thank you for that. And here we go. Okay. There we go. That's going to work. No, do need a bit of a fuller jump there, and hold jump as we release the fire button on the way over. And yeah, Ravel MX, I remember that you'd shown me a couple of the multiplayer levels with multiplayer gates before, so that's not a surprise. And the Cloud Crazy, thank you for the submission as well of Velocity in Clouds. Okay, yeah, holding the jump button into these shots is the entire trick here. Not something I have good muscle memory for, but simple to work out once we do have it. Is the stream dropping frames for you? Okay, thank you for letting me know that. I'm not seeing too much of that happening on my end, but I'll keep an eye on it in case we are having some stuttering over the network. I am on a different network than usual with somewhat slower internet, and so hopefully it doesn't run into too many hiccups today, but do let me know if you are encountering some issues with performance. Because we are temporarily in a different office or studio or whatever you call this space. Okay. Now let's go up. And yeah, always good to check if anybody else is also having issues. I can't always pick it up on my end, so... Like I said, I'll keep an eye on it just to make sure that we're not running into too many problems here. Well, I mean Netcat, I think by dedicated studio, we just mean which desk we're at any given point in time. It would be nice, of course, to have a space that is a little bit more dedicated in terms of just having everything built with streaming in mind, from the network to the soundproofing to furniture in general. No, I'm just on a different connection than usual, just for the next few weeks. So this is actually my first stream from the current setup, and it'll be interesting to see if it holds up. So anyway, Netcat, we'll see, or rather, Glitch, we'll see if we can get this room done. It seems like it is going to be a little bit more approachable than the other one as long as I clean up some of the plays here, such as facing left, which is actually surprisingly difficult to do before the release. And yeah, I could see that it was almost to the top. I just kind of choked at the beat blocks up top. There we go. Yeah, I do have the technique down for how to do this. Just a matter of actually having some consistency here. Oh, nope. Jumped way over. I actually don't need to charge a shot in that segment. That's something to keep in mind, that I can adjust a little bit without worrying too much about holding down the Y button. So yeah, Glitch will hopefully at least get this room, if we can't get anything else today. And we'll just eventually piece this one together. Okay, there we go. And out. Okay, that wasn't too bad. And this is just going to enforce the on-off state coming out into this room here. You said a red pipe is the hardest. Let's at least take a look, even if we're not going to grind away against it. I'm glad I cleared one room. That's going to be our benchmark today. And oh yeah, I remember this concept for sure. Let's just scout ahead and see what's left. Okay, just need to preserve some crates, and in general, just dodge. Well, let's try to see a little more of that. You're telling me that this is the hardest. Don't yet see why, but we'll... that's why. Of course, it's all just a matter of what's going to come out of all those blasters that are positioned to fire something at you as soon as the on-off switch has been activated. So it isn't the whole level remade, only the top sections of it, I see. Oops, that's a bad idea. We should not be doing that. And yeah, just cat bullets everywhere. Just a standard payload out of the red blasters that we see. So yeah, anyone remaining in queue, I'm likely not finishing the entirety of this level, this sitting. I feel pretty comfortable with the fact that we got a little bit done. Interestingly enough, long jump is able to activate the on-off switches if we want to proceed without the hat, although I'm sure, given the way that glitch levels usually work, there is going to be some kind of hat check by the time we get to the end, so we should not rely on, whoops, any kind of long jump shenanigans. Yeah, Chusolo, hope the issues on your side are being worked out slowly. Okay, nope. Just got dunked on right away. No hat check, and I saw the second checkpoint. Okay. We'll make it up to that. And yeah, Chisolo, I was thinking about the roll as well. It does, in fact, hit. Wow, these really zone you out. I think that you do, in fact, need some kind of wall jump, perhaps. The issue with a roll is that you do get trapped by the state blocks that are guarding the on-off switches. I think that's an issue with long jump as well, now that I look at it. And Koopa T, yes, the P-switch... well, generally the object dropping interaction to push other elements around is actually a very valuable skill in puzzle levels. I do see that as a puzzle solution very, very often. And so definitely keep that one in mind if you're ever playing some one screens or something like that, where you do need to shove some things around with held objects. Okay. Very fancy play. That's not going to last. Seems like the wall jump strategy is probably correct here, though. And third switch there, okay. You can pop back out in a roll, yeah, but getting around the crate afterwards, I think, is going to be difficult when it comes to the timing. Let's check the green pipe. So yeah, Glitch, I'm likely to bail on this one, but I do want to see which room is which first. I do remember this fight as well from previous experience. Now, what drops in there? Oh, fire. Okay, so we're not supposed to hit the left side. And the left side is something that we only hit if we have a bad deflection from the mushroom platform that is guarding the on-off switches. So you're only allowed to miss enough times that you don't activate the P-switches at all. Okay, oh, that's going to block. Yeah, fairly narrow window. And then you need to jump on top of the bullet blaster in order to get the next timing. Okay, that's fine. Same idea now. Until we drop that all the way to the bottom. And yeah, let's just wait this out until we get a more convenient timing. Nope, it's going to be a miss. And then that's going to give me a key. Great, we actually completed 2 segments then. Alright, Glitch, we're going to make one more attempt at the original room that I did. The yellow room. And then we'll probably call it here, and I'm perfectly willing to continue this another point. I do think that the rooms I completed are pretty easy to repeat compared to some of the other ones you showed me, so we'll just try to... Whoops. Okay, let's try to actually get a shot off in this room, and then we'll probably bail for now. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these levels are all about sort of learning them piecemeal and just finding the sections that are easy to practice and redo multiple times. So yeah, Spiney's gonna go again. But yeah, the 2 rooms I did, I'm actually really not too worried about doing a second time. Or indeed a third time if we eventually come to that. This one is going to be tough, for sure. Yeah, thank you for the early access look at this glitch. We'll almost certainly come back to this at some point, whether it's in this version or in a later one. So, thank you for that. Let's just mark that as a loss for the time being. And let's get into whatever is next in queue. Waxen 830, if you are still here, please check in. And yeah, Glitch, feel free to send that again, and we'll just work on it piece by piece. And yeah, Quaxon, if you're still here, let me know. I do see Quaxon listed in the chat. Yeah, good, still here, great, thank you. Xenoblade Chronicles 2. H4L. And Koopa T, as far as trying a troll goes, yeah, I'm fine with playing troll levels. On viewer level days, I don't necessarily always finish them depending on how long they are, simply because sometimes a troll can take a while to map out, but I'm fine with doing them in multiple segments if so. But yeah, trolls are totally acceptable here. I don't tend to get too many of them, actually. Here's Temple of the Thwomps by Quaxon. Mario finds an ancient temple guarded with thwomps. Try not to get crushed. And Koopa T, yes, so the short answer is I do play trolls. Okay, Temple of the Thwomps. Going to give me a mushroom off the bat. Looks like it's just a lot of decoration to the left in terms of that lock pattern that we see. So yeah, it looks like a fairly traditional style temple entrance so far, just with a few things to look out for. I like how the sign is suspended with the track acting as a bit of a pole. Oh. Sure, I might as well check everything here and not bash my head against these guys. A little bit of optional content. And this looks like it's going to be a dodging location once we spawn something. Oh, there we go. There's a flop. Yeah, I do need a duck under here. Looks like the specific time to activate that is going to be a tricky one to work out. Okay, let's just try to drop in carefully here. Nope. The issue that I see with that is that you can, in fact, just damage boost through it. In fact, I think that's one of those damage boost locations that's just significantly easier if you take the hit. So, just from a difficulty tuning perspective, that's something to watch out for. I feel like that's going to be a bottomless pit with the thwomp. Just dropping down below and not giving us any position of safety. I'll just activate these guys for no reason. Okay, so... Oh, okay. Didn't expect that. It's coming in a little bit off camera. The fact that they do destroy some blocks along the way gives you a bit of warning. I just reacted very slowly to that. And that's why it's the Temple of the Thwomps. I do see that the scroll break is just going to yank the camera down as soon as some thwomps get into position. Let's do that a little bit faster. No time to dawdle too long in that pit. Oh yeah, we do need to actually activate things. In fact, a lot of the height checks here are set up specifically to get those activations going. Whoops. Yeah, those last two thwomps there in the spot that killed me are actually spaced one block apart from each other, which threw me off slightly. I was kind of expecting all of them to be in parallel, and so that did catch me slightly off guard that they were given that additional space. I guess that's true of most of the thwomps here. Most of the thwomps do have that one column separating them. Jumping directly is going to be the way to go. Notice that there wasn't a scroll stop at the end of that segment. But we're not going to remain too curious about that. Let's just go. And go. Whoop. Landed a little bit too far to the right, I think. Yeah, just hopping right directly and pulling back like that is going to be the better way to do it. I think on the first attempt that can be a little bit difficult to see if you don't know what you're anticipating as you fall into the right side, but now that we do know what's coming, it's going to be maybe slightly easier to play around so long as I pull back a little bit on that jump. Need to keep some of the jumps nice and light and short. Slide here. Do like that bumper reversing your momentum. Didn't quite get enough momentum going into the slide though, that I was visibly slowing down by the time I got to the end of the Piranha segment. Okay. Yeah, I think it is best to run into that bumper just to get up to full speed as we do that reversal back to the right. We'll just keep that in mind as we get back there next time. Whoops. A little bit slow here. And down we go. Nope. Hit that bumper. That's okay. We almost salvaged that. Almost. And forward we go. Oops. Yeah, I tried to reverse around a bumper that time. That didn't quite go as well as I would have hoped. I actually kind of wondered in that initial segment there, you can just jump over the side thwomp in the bottom column. It looks like you should have enough space to do that, in fact. And Chew Solo, still refreshing. Yeah, it's too bad you're encountering so many issues. Unfortunately, I'm not really in a position to look up a fix for you right now. In terms of whether you can change which regional servers for Twitch you're pinging or something like that, but hopefully that's something you can sort out. And you do tell me that this is a problem you're encountering on mobile. Alright, let's go. The Mario 64 slide music is pretty appropriate here for these purposes. I tried to get that slide there. I was just a little bit slow since I was already feeling a little behind the pace when it comes to navigating those bumpers safely. There we go. Nope. I see. I landed kind of on top of that bumper rather than on the side, and so... Like I said, with the bottom thwomp, I feel like it's possible to jump over it. Maybe that gets you into trouble by the time you end that segment, but yeah, it is going to get you into trouble, in fact, because the thwomp is going to finish his pattern at the one-way panel that is at the end of the string of piranha plants in the bottom row. So you can't just cheese it by going over the thwomp. You do, in fact, need to go around it. Although you could always lead it forward and back and just have it kill all the piranhas for you, and you know, kind of do that segment a slow way. Just sort of mentally mapping this out in my head in terms of whether we can find a little bit of cheese here, but we'll go back and we'll try that. We'll just do this properly. Yeah, losing a little bit of pace there. We do need a bit more distance before the Thwomp catches up. Yeah, it looks like there is a bit of an intended pattern here. I'm not quite reaching just yet. Might just need to cut back on some of those jumps. Just reduce some of our airtime. And there we go. Just need to make some infinitesimal adjustments there, and that is going to get me to the flag, as well as what looks like a purely aesthetic door. Let's acknowledge the raid that has come in from Burkowski, coming in with a party of 10 after many puzzling escapades, I'm sure. So, thank you, Gurkowski, for bringing in the rabble. Hope you're doing well. Captain Redbeard was just here telling me that you had played one of his new escape rooms earlier in your stream. And hopefully you had a great time with that and much else besides. So, welcome everybody who has come in. We're fairly early in the stream and the queue is still wide open and will be for some time. And thank you once again to Quaxon for that level. Did I mark that as a win? I don't think I did. I'm just going to do a quick sub check quickly. I don't think we have active subs here yet, so yeah, we'll just go down the next list. And Mayday at Raptor Peak, you're quite welcome to add your level. Natcat, let's take a look at the recommendation that we have from you, assuming you are still here, which I believe is the case, because you just said GG a moment ago. There you are. And yeah, Mayday at Raptor Peak, please use the add command, !add, and followed by your level or maker code. And that will get processed automatically by the bot, assuming that nothing is broken. Okay, Super Magma Maker, Natcat is going to make me get out my translation device. We're going to do a bit of machine translation because despite the starting of the Olympic Games, I still do not read Japanese, so let's take a look at what the engine translation from Google Translate is telling me. This is Super Magma Maker. Speaking of magma, it's a cave. Sequential magma and blarg. There is a Yoshi cutter in the boss battle sauna that prevents a rescue. It also says this maker likes brown chocolate lava the most, which is probably not going to happen here in the Super Mario World theme. But yeah, there are going to be blargs, there's going to be something with Yoshi. As usual, I'm not going to remember the description. Anyway, let's take a look. Natcat, I haven't really been following the Olympics. I do have somebody here in the household who has followed gymnastics really closely, though, and so I hear a lot about what's going on with gymnastics. But I haven't really been able to follow the Olympics yet myself. I did hear also that there was quite a lot of video game music that was featured, particularly from the Square Enix library. In the opening ceremonies, that there was Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest and Chrono Trigger and the rest, as the nations paraded with their flags. And that is a lot of fire down below. Very interesting fire, in fact. Oh, I see. There are these makeshift blargs. They're meant to pretend to be like the blargs in the original Super Mario World. Yeah, because the dry bones peak upwards, like how the original blargs are kind of showing their eyes before they decide to do their blarging. What is going on with the bottom looks very much like a Podoboo track stack. Looks like a ton of entities in play that are matched with the auto-scroll in terms of track speed. It is a custom scroll, in fact. You can see that we have this loading segment very early on, and then the scroll slows down, and yeah, it looks like it's just a lot of fireballs that are being circulated on the bottom layer. But yeah, it is kind of cute here that you have dry bones simulate the eyes of the Blarg that are just scouting. So the concept is very much just a Super Mario World remake, except for the fact, of course, that the dry bones always chuck bones at you in this style, which is a bit of an unfortunate nuisance. It is a very neat effect. Solo, you switched to low latency? Yeah, keep that solution in mind for the future if that is, in fact, what's going to fix things up. And yeah, so this is actually a recommended level from Netcat. Netcat knows a lot of great makers and send me stuff all the time. Ubiquitous Swedish Fish, thank you for the follow. I think you're definitely a very ubiquitous Swedish Fish because I've seen you in a lot of other streams as well, I think. Here and there. The Swedish Fish just get all over the place. Okay, let's get on to the skull platform here. The skull platform timing is something that is up to the player's control, you'll see, depending on when I choose to activate it. I was trying to spin jump on top of that guy. That was inadvisable. But yeah, Netcat is somebody who collects tons and tons of great codes, and it's always a bit of a treat to see what Netcat will show me, because often they tend to be really popular levels that have somehow escaped my attention, sometimes because they do come from makers in countries that don't tend to show up to English language streams very often. So let's get over here and just watch some blarging once again. Dry Bones comes up, Dry Bones goes down, and let's just avoid this guy. Yeah. Love the curve here as they all just slide off the end of that segment here. As you can see, the magma is just going to continue. And Yoshi's going to grab that bonus coin because that's what Yoshi does. The opening text told me something about Yoshi, I just don't remember it. So I'm not going to worry too much about it, and we'll just slide our way down. Oh, okay, because you can swallow fire and then you can spit towards that ice. I don't know why you would want to do it. But it seems like it's definitely something that you are encouraged to do in a very subtle way. That Yoshi can in fact grab fire. It's like this part of the level is warning you that Yoshi swallowing fire is something that might become relevant later. But currently we're not really within range to do any of that, so let's just slide our way down. So yeah, this is definitely Podoboos on tracks, or it might just be a drop from a track. And yeah, a lot of sliding going on, a branching segment over here, and yeah, we'll just wait for the spike ball to come around. Not much to do here except wait, though. We just need to let that crash, and then we go down. And then we have Roy. Roy's not going to have a ceiling to drop off of. Look at that sort of glitchy Roy animation as he's going back and forth. I wonder if it's a double Roy stack or something like that. Seems a bit strange. So yeah, you can't actually swallow the big ones. That's something to remember, in fact. As we jump around, and oh, this is interesting. I guess we can escape here. Wonder what's going on with those ice blocks. Fun level. Thank you for that, Netcat. And Adelia Sunshine, welcome. Thank you for the submission of Fun Time. And thank you for all the GGs. Yeah, very good concept. Definitely jot down that code if you're interested in seeing that for yourselves. Don't know if I've played this maker before, Netcat. Sometimes the Japanese makers, I can't quite tell them by their names. And so, yeah, I think this guy is totally new to me. but we'll keep that in mind for later. Alright, let's make it down to list. Played a lot of his levels on stream yesterday. Well, serves me right for not dropping by your stream. Because yesterday I was still kind of busy with the transition to the current setup we have here, so. Chew Solo. It is, in fact, your turn. Hopefully the connection issues get sorted out. If you do have some issues with disconnections, I do always save the VODs of viewer levels afterwards in a permanent video that's under Twitch highlights. So everything is recorded for the long term in case you need to come back and consult this for playtesting purposes. I see that the world record is held by Refreshy, who is also a streamer who, in his case, grabs a lot of world records. Villain's Arsenal. Find a perfect weapon for you. Down arrows mean duck, or pick up, or both. Probably something to do with shells, but no, we're in the SMB1 style, so let's see what's going on. Yeah, SMB2 Mushroom is going to come right off the bat, which means we're going to have a bit of a ride, a guided ride off of this guy. Yeah, always fun to play with this interaction and control circumstances. Oh, we needed a high jump here. I was just a little bit late. And accidentally let up on a crouch. That's okay, that's fairly easy to read and work around. Alright. Positioning here is also fairly generous, so we'll get out of here at no time. And yeah, let's not slide too long here. I wonder if we can, in fact, do this. Yes, we can. Probably shouldn't have thrown that close, though. I get the feeling that a throw there at some point might be helpful, but we could also gain enough height to go over to the next bonsai that is coming down. I mean, I'm just thinking about the down arrow indications there and wondering. You said something in the opening text about drop or pick up or whatever, but like I said, I just don't always remember the opening text after I see it. Netcat, thank you for Plant on Flower. Alright, forward we go. And yeah, Chew Solo, like I was saying, you can always consult the permanent video afterwards if you do miss something, but I'm glad you haven't missed so much so far. Yeah, no, I think I do need a throw here at some point. It's just that doing it under one-way panels is not advisable. So we'll see what pattern is there. I'm not quite clear on it just yet, given that I don't seem to be getting enough height to go over to the bonsai that is coming right to left. So, just get back there. We'll eventually make this happen. I actually shouldn't be crouching there, I think. Or must I? Because I'm looking at how much distance I have to the spike blocks. And in any case, I would be trapped under the one-way panels afterwards. Yeah, I do think I need to crouch there. Let's take a look. Mail64, you were in Reno for 6 weeks. Unfortunately, I'm not going to do Krusty's voice from, presumably, The Simpsons. But yeah, I occasionally forget that The Simpsons is still kicking around as a television program that's probably older at this point than some of the staff working on it. One of those long-running properties. It's not going away anytime soon. Okay, we do in fact Have the opportunity to do this. No, I should have saved the bonsai because you are supposed to throw it here and make it across and take SMB2 and come down here. Yeah. So yeah, I do need to throw and ride. That is the case. So I just threw prematurely there, but the distances actually do work properly for me to be keeping that bonsai for that final throw. So we'll keep that in mind as the intended path. You're saying The Simpsons fell down a long way? I mean, yeah, it's very difficult for anything that's that long running to kind of retain its original freshness, so that wouldn't surprise me. It would probably surprise me more if it were something that were consistently inventive and full of surprises. Cedric268, welcome and thank you for the submission of Brain Test plus Small Challenges. Let's ride this thing up. See what everything is going to fire at me. It looks like I do need to grab this. I need to grab this and then lead the bullets to the left side. Okay. Took me a moment to read that since I didn't know what kind of ceiling was coming my way. Let's just take the death here, and I don't think we hit checkpoint anywhere. Did we? Yes, we did. No, we needed SMB2, so if we do lose the SMB2 mushroom, I'm able to retrieve one through the pipe, and that's something important to remember if we do in fact fall down. And let's head back down. Yeah, so I do need to lead those, but we'll just redo this. Yeah, Male64, I mean, with video games, I guess it's just a matter of preservation. Which unfortunately is always going to strongly favor games that were already popular and well supported to begin with. In terms of whether original versions of things remain playable even on emulator, how easy they are to track down. And up we go. Nice. Not so nice. Okay, so that's a cloud check right there. Let's take the death. Back to checkpoint. Okay, there we go. And here we are. Yeah, I can remember when, you know, something like having a cameo on The Simpsons used to be this culturally prestigious thing before the show ran for so long that I think everybody just eventually did it. I don't know what the equivalent of that is nowadays in terms of whether there's a kind of guest appearance that everybody covets. The Simpsons, a show that is distinctive for having so much access to cameos that even Thomas Pynchon appeared on it. And, okay. We probably need to go through the door and reset this part here. Oh, do people just have costumes on Fortnite these days, or? I don't know, because I've actually never played Fortnite. There are a lot of wildly popular games that I've actually just never touched. Smash for video game characters, yeah, certainly. I feel like whoever is the last pick is almost certainly going to be a letdown to most, given that, you know, I think people are expecting some kind of massive splash for whoever's last. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think whoever's last is just going to be whoever's last. Or rather, I find it difficult to imagine who could really be a very significant addition at this point, but let's see if I can keep the conveyor belts latched on by hitting the on-off switch right away until I'm ready to get a release here, so we can just not deal with the bullet timing so much. Oh, nope. Accidentally hit that. Did the big bad of Star Wars let it be known he was alive in Smash? When... So what Star Wars crossover are you talking about? And... Oh, was this like a pre-Episode 9 thing where they put Emperor Palpatine in Fortnite or something? Or I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out what you're telling me, because I was totally unaware of this. But yeah, there are a lot of things in the industry that I'm completely out of touch with that are also wildly popular, and so I just have no idea what's going on with a lot of the youth culture around video games at any given time. So yeah, Mail64, I actually had no idea about that. And well, I mean, I used to follow Star Wars really closely. I would say that, however, I did find out very quickly that I preferred it as a bit of a non-spoiler experience where I just go in without being preconditioned by any of the advertising or any of the hype. And it's a much saner experience that way. Okay, we need to get around a bullet somehow. I find that the bullet is really in the way here. Let's just try to latch this guy. Let this fire and then go up. There we go. Bit of a finicky timing entirely because the bullet is actually firing, but so we'll... Oh, nope. Thought I could just drop down on top of that, and that was not the case. Okay, looks like we do in fact need to let the bullet drop all the way down to the bottom so we can ride it at a height that actually makes sense. So yeah, let's just get up here. And yeah, so this room defaults to off as the initial state. If you come here with on as the initial state, that's when you get into a lot of the problems that I had with it earlier. So you do need to reset this off before you come back in and respawn, which, you know, feels like it should be something that can be done in an automated manner just by enforcing the desired state right from the start instead of just trusting the player to know it when you have a reset door like this. Fairly simple to build those mechanisms. You can usually just do them with spike balls over a dotted line block. Let's just do this because, yeah, it definitely looks like a location where having an on-off switch automatically activated would have been a much better idea. Okay, there we go. And up we go. Now, what is this all about? Nope. And we almost certainly needed to keep SMB2 going into here. Yeah, that's correct. I saw that coming in terms of the bounce that was going to happen. I just didn't get out of that location to safety quickly enough to do anything about it. So, let's just continue. Let's just let this fire first and then time ourselves around that. And we'll have this go down and then wait for a lower position on the bullet. There we go. Alright, works pretty well. Let's just go forward and that will get me over to the cloud check over here, and that's it. That's the flagpole. So, thank you very much. Yeah, pretty nice series of SMB2 climbs. Definitely a couple of spots of the on-off switching near the end where I think setting the initial conditions per room might have made it a bit tidier, but the platforming itself was generally pretty comprehensible, so thank you for that. Okay, looks like we'll just continue going down the next list. Atom is going to be next and just said GG, so we'll just punch in SC3, RQ9, LLG, and yeah, thank you once again for all the GGs. On to the previous level. Let's take a look at Desert Spinner. So we're going to need to keep in mind that we want a full spin jump and hold at the ice blocks. This is a very new upload from just a few hours ago, I think. And looks like Turd Farmer there is farming his turds with about 0.3 seconds to spare, so we'll just think about that as the benchmark for the flexibility that we have. Let's get into it. Okay, full spin jump. And we just hold into that. And yeah, it looks like that's supposed to be a spin jump off of the block as well. And it's going to be a repeated bounce off of that spiny shell, the way that things are timed. No, we do need to just hold down the spin button whenever we can. That's what happens when you don't follow instructions. Yeah, if a player doesn't have access to the description, you are kind of counting on them to figure it out, but it's better to count on them to figure out full jumps everywhere than anything else, and the ice blocks are pretty consistent markings, so worked out pretty well. Thank you for that, Adam. Let's see how close we are frame-wise. Oh, just a little bit short of Turd Farmer. Yeah, it went really smoothly, that one. And yeah, like I was saying, even if you don't have access to description, assuming that the ice blocks are the takeoff position is pretty simple, and I think when people don't know any better, they'll assume full jumps, so I think maybe it's probably playable even without access to that device. It certainly helps to come in confidently knowing that it is going to be full jumps everywhere, though, so thank you once again. Natcat, well, sometimes we're just a speedrun pasta when we spaghetti all over that kind of thing. But I appreciate the vote of confidence. Koopa T. I believe Koopa T sent me a maker code and also asked me earlier if I play Trolls, so brace yourselves. Koopa T, please check in, by the way. Just making sure you're here. But I think he was still active. He or she. Koopa T583. I do see Koopa T listed in the chat, but I'll just give him a minute to check in. And usually if somebody is in the chat and potentially AFK or lurking, I just bump them back one spot. So, Green Heroes, thank you for sending me Danger Zone from Music Competition 5. Music Contest 5. And we'll see what kind of musical shenanigans lie in store when we get there. So, Koopa T, if we don't see a check-in, I'll just bump them back one spot. Go on to Be the Sky. I was very alarmed to find out 10 minutes before the stream started that Warp World had some kind of big overhaul where they changed a lot of things about their interface. I think Be the Sky is actually not present, so let's do a bit of rotation if they also don't check in. And yeah, Redbeard, no worries about having to head out. And yeah, I've been off the puzzle streams lately because we've been catching up on indie games in the usual puzzle slot, but once I get back into the puzzle streams, I will definitely want to catch up on some of the escape rooms you've been putting together. And so we'll find some time to do a dedicated puzzle session sometime soon, I think, because I'm beginning to get very heavily backlogged with those as well. No check-in from Be the Sky. I think we'll just take that as a remove for the time being. And if we still don't have a check-in from Koopa T, we will just move one spot after that. So next will be Male 64, I believe. Male 64, I thought you said that you needed to replace your code. I mean, I can punch the current one in and just go to your profile. Things may be inaccurate, but that's okay. Oh, you missed the replacement call. That's okay. That's okay. If you need to just hit the upload button, if you've already clear checked, I can just switch to that in your profile. And if it displays inaccurately in the bot, that's okay. We'll just deal with it. Morton's Dusty Kennel. So yeah, thank you for offering me first clear on this version. Don't know how early it is or how provisional, but we'll take a look at it and inspect Morton's hold of desert dogs. Yeah, Male 64, don't worry about it. I know I probably called you up a little earlier than expected, just given your queue position and some of the rearrangement we did just now, so. Okay, going to have some chomps being slightly constrained there. Whoops, so did not expect the P-switch to deflect that guy so soon. That's okay, we'll just keep that in mind. Yeah, I can see that some timings here will perhaps be partly affected by the initial spawns before you hit the first block, but we'll come through here. I wonder if it was supposed to be some kind of chase down that segment. I'm not actually sure. That's okay. We'll just slide down here. Look at all this fire that's just dangling and waiting to cause problems. The chomp should have died. Okay, so you didn't think that it would deflect. Yeah, I think there's going to be some variability from when the player chooses to hit the first block. That's something that you'll need to maybe tune a little bit in terms of timing. Because I don't currently see what is actually doing the P-switch activation, which may be an issue. Oh, should have kept that in mind. Whoops, that too. Yeah, sure, we'll go for that. Okay, let's see this here. This is going to take a bit of an initial read just because of all the stuff that's going on screen. Activating the snake block will push it somewhere and drop the blasters. I don't know what that's all about, so let's just scout ahead a bit first. Take unnecessary damage. Pop this blooper as well while we're at it. So suppose I move this. That's going to drop everything. And that's going to fire what out of this? Okay, more bonsais. Not more bonsais, more red bullets, rather. On-off switch is going to block the blaster to the right, but otherwise not do anything for me just yet. Let's check this location here. Yeah, it looks like we need a P-switch activation in order to get through this door. I currently don't see where that's coming from, but P-switch activation is also going to unleash a lot of other things like the chomps in the meantime, so. Let's see what this does to Yoshi. It's going to push Yoshi up a bit. Going to give me 2 Yoshis, in fact. Looks like the idea should be that we'll have a P-switch activation, and we'll come back, and I'll have a 1-tile slot to exit out of there if we do in fact do things that way. Maybe not. Okay, let's avoid fire for the moment. The blaster is going to be off-screen, so we're going to be fine in terms of not being lit on fire. Now I need to wait for something, don't I? Unless I need to swallow fire and do something. Fire can be obtained down here, of course. Multiple paths as always, you're telling me. Okay. Yeah, let's not lose Yoshi just yet. Whoops, let's not lose Yoshi just yet. Lots of fire all over the place. And up we go. Okay, that chomp does seem to come very suddenly there, but we managed to do just fine. Looks like you can, in fact, head on top of this. Yes, you can. At the price of losing Yoshi, which maybe isn't the best idea. Looks like you could potentially jump on top of the chomp, though, on your way there. Yoshi is going to be a lot of use all over the place. So yeah, if you want me to playtest additional paths after this completion at some point, do feel free to resubmit. As always, you know how it works by now. Yeah, I should have stomped a P-switch, but let's just jump around here until I get a chance to. Down. And yeah, P-switches are just going to do their thing. So watch this. You reobtain Yoshi this way. And yeah, I wonder if that was a signal to dismount, or if you did in fact anticipate that taking a second Yoshi and losing it immediately would be something we'd want to do. That was a bad idea. That's okay, we'll just mount up again if we don't get stun locked. Not intended, but that's okay because we lost Yoshi anyway. But yeah, that was definitely the first thing I had in mind when we looked at this segment here. Like if I went back here, let's see if we have a way to get Yoshi. No, we don't. Anyway, Morton's just going to stomp around. And we'll just try to bop him fairly quickly. Don't know what the on-off switching is doing in that room, but either way, both doors are going to be available. I noticed that if you keep Yoshi going into Morton, you would be able to grab the P-switch with your tongue on the way down in the previous room as well. We have some stuff going on with keys here. It looks like we can check this just to see what's going on before we see the boss door. Oh, okay. Probably need a key first. Let's not do that. Reincarnated Smurf, thank you for the submission of Plant Cavern. So yeah, it looks like we probably need to check both rooms and race this forward. Although, of course, the cloud is going to follow your camera position, so it's just going to keep pace with you, and we'll play around that accordingly. Yeah, you can try to outpace it slightly. Oh, that's just the axe. Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought that was maybe multiple things that you had to do before you hit the boss or got the key or something like that, but we'll take it. And thank you for offering me first clear. So Mail64 will try some other routes with further submissions. I guess that was the easy path. Yeah, I didn't know that that was going to be something that led me to the finish rather than just one branch of many that I would need to put together. But we'll keep that in mind, and we'll try to see something else about this next time you submit it. So, thank you once again. Let's go down the list. This is going to be second and last call for Koopa T. And then we will skip after that in the absence of a check-in. Yeah, hopefully that was a useful playtest. I do know that we found a few things that might have been unintended. Yeah, if we do skip Koopa T, next up will be Ravel MX, who I seem to remember is a bit of a multiplayer specialist, but we'll play this one in single then. It should be accommodating, so. Ravel MX, please check in just to be sure. And let's punch in this. Yeah, at some point, because over the past few months I have occasionally been using the weekday streams to do thematic features in Mario Maker, so I would be doing something like an all puzzle stream or an all music stream or something like that. At some point, I'd actually like to do a co-op stream. And Revel MX, I know, is one of the makers who has a really ample supply of co-op levels, and so if we can make that happen at some point, we'll definitely try to do it. Because that's one aspect of the game that I've just barely seen firsthand at all, so. Anyway, here's Online Versus. Work together with both power-ups, but we're going to be taking the one-player route instead. Once again, a very new upload from just a few hours ago. Let's take a look. Made a whole super world for 2 players. Interesting. Okay, 2v2. Well, we're going to be taking the single gate of... Yeah, 1P. Okay, that's going to push down, and that's going to be a hat swap. That's going to indicate all the boost points right here. Just barely over. That's okay, because even if you take damage at the end, in fact, you'd still be able to get over here and grab that. Looks like we do need a targeted hit on the POW. Like I said, looks like we need a targeted hit on the POW. We'll eventually get it. There we go. I just want to check what's up here. Nothing that we can get to yet unless we manage to place a block in that location. We should, in fact, be able to... Let's see here. I was thinking of using the blast radius that we can get off this shot, but... I think we actually just need to fire this all the way down, charge shot, and that's going to take me down this way. Okay, looks like this is just going to let me scout ahead to where we will eventually need to hit 2 POWs, and then grab the key afterwards, so... Yep, that's just... bit of a scouting point here. And then we grab the repeller in order to get all the way up here. Sort of wonder if this is within range to access with a wall jump, but I don't think so. Looks like it is just barely out of reach for that. And, oh no, let's get the timing down here. And, okay, all the way through. Left side is probably just a reset point by the looks of it if you don't make it past a wall. We don't know what we want to shoot just yet. Actually, no, that's just for the on-off toggle. So, no need to deal with that. Yeah, recommended boost points here are going to be pretty accurately marked. We'll reset the propeller completely in each of these locations. So I guess the idea behind a 2v2 concept is that one person would be on propeller and one person would be on cannon box at any given time, right? If it's going to be something like a 2v2 race. I'm just sort of inferring that from what I'm seeing of the single-player concept here. And yeah, there's the multiplayer exit with those dash panels to the left. And thank you for that. It's a new record. Clow Crazy, if you are still here, please check in. Otherwise, we will go down the list. I don't see Cloud Crazy in the chat list, so I'll just give them a moment to check in. Otherwise, it'll be a bump. And we will continue to Adelia Sunshine, who I know is here. Yeah, Green Heroes, as far as online multiplayer goes, would probably just have to punch in the codes manually. Okay, with no check-in from Cloud Crazy, we'll just do a quick removal and fun. Delia Sunshine is going to give me SR9 H6F MPG. Fun time, apparently. Good luck and have fun. Well, we'll certainly try. Looks like you've got a 24-second record here. The goal after hitting all 17 P switches. I see P jumps in our future. And that is correct, of course. The P jumps are going to constrain my positioning a little bit. Actually, we have plenty of time to do stuff like this instead of doing the full pattern. Whoops. That's sort of interesting. If you miss some of the P jumps, you can in fact have that alternate method. Since we have 300 seconds on the clock and Buzzies and Yoshi and such everywhere. Sure, we'll take this, I'm sure. The height check is actually going to be a problem, but Yoshi is actually going to trivialize this quite a bit. Okay. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a speed check over there. We're 13 out of 17 switches, and so things should go smoothly from here. We'll lose Yoshi, that's fine. P jumps for the win, apparently. Check this pipe, nothing. I didn't mean to carry this one. I was hoping that it would have some kind of drop-off location near the end. Also wondering what to do with the moles. Let's set phasers to fun, apparently. Sure, let's grab the fire flower. Why not? Have some flexibility to take a hit, if necessary. Whoops, okay, fine. Consistency with the P jumps here could have used a bit of work, but that's something for me to fix. Yeah, I do have the opportunity to land momentarily, I think, and we should take advantage of that in that section so I don't constantly bump my head against the next switch. The P jump timing, luckily, is fairly generous in this game. Okay. 17 out of 17. I do see something above Boom Boom there. And that's going to be 1 coin, but nothing off this pipe. So, are we stuck? Yes, we are. Unless we shell jump on our way up. Watch this. We can totally do it. We can totally do it. There we go. And then die to Boom Boom. Okay. But yeah, it looks like we'll need to hit coins on either side. Probably should have grabbed Yoshi and Fireflower coming into this now that we know what's coming, and now we know that there's going to be a little bit more to this than just getting P-switches all day. We don't really need to P-jump there. If we don't P-jump, in fact, we have a bit of extra distance to dash on the panels along the flimsy lifts, so... Okay, here we go. I feel like that's actually going to be useful eventually. And down. So yeah, we'll need to check both doors around the Boom Booms. That will presumably eventually give me the key. And yeah, landing and dashing is much better here as an approach. Let's check the left side. That's going to be an up throw location, actually. Now we'll take the shell with me over to this side here in case we want to just drop it like that. And down we go. Oh, there's more. Okay, there's going to be a key down there. I was hoping to just grab a shell and then we dump it down here like that and have it picked up the key for us. Okay, that's going to work. Except the key isn't actually bound to anything, so... Yeah, I mean, Green Heroes, the up throw in that location totally looks like it's supposed to be a solution. I mean, I'll take the 1-up since we're going to be given that, but... Thank you for that, Adelia. Yeah, definitely some things here that you kind of need to read as you go. I think some players might be thrown off by certain locations. Certainly there's nothing here that indicates that you'd want to know how to shell jump. So in that room to the right after Boom Boom, I feel like that was probably meant to be a death trap for a lot of people, just by the looks of things like that Cheep Cheep, but we got out. We had options. We had a fun time. The hidden blocks were, yeah, pretty crafty, Green Heroes, and consistently rewarding in a way that didn't actually kill you. By surprise, so I'll take it. It's always nice when you play Maker levels where you check certain locations just because Nintendo levels have trained you to look for 1-ups, and you actually find something there where you just say, in a Nintendo level, there would be a block here, and you check it, and it's there. It's always a very satisfying feeling to feel clever that way, and also feel like the Maker has anticipated your cleverness in return. Natcat, let's take a look at your latest recommendation. This was QYP 0282MG. Lines on Flower, same maker as before. We will once again pull up my Google Translate. See what my camera is going to tell me. Okay, hard enemies and items can be used as something pots, probably the piranha pots. However, a gimmick collapse is likely to occur due to differences in approach speed and reverse driving. Something it would be easier if you escaped due to a roll. Okay, so there's apparently some kind of gimmick jack here that we do need to keep in mind. But we'll be potting some plants. Hey, welcome. Alright, let's see what this is all about. Okay, so we have a bit of a muncher in CoinGate here. Bad idea. And yeah, I think we'll definitely take that mushroom. Nothing in the pipe. We'll check this one too, of course. Nope, nothing. All kinds of optional locations that we're foolish enough to try. Whoops. I like the symmetry of that last one. That's a fun one. Okay. Down here. I guess this one's symmetrical too, so. Just thinking about the loading here in terms of whether we can break the loading somehow. Ah, okay, looks like this doesn't get released until you get the upper 10 coin. That's sort of interesting. I wonder what the range check is built around there, because I couldn't quite see what was going on with that. Okay, that's a bomb location there. That's going to also release some plants. One up. And... okay, now the Mecha Koopas are going to be part of the potting here. How is it even lined up to stick with a muncher in a claw? Yeah, it would be something that... there are a couple of different offset techniques that you can use that would allow you to create those stacks, depending on whether they're loose stacks or actual tight stacks. But often some spawn blocking techniques or some track pushing that we may have seen in the previous segment. Lots of different things you can do to just get some of the half-tile setups going, which are a bit finicky in this game compared to Maker 1, I think. No, we could actually escape to the vine at the top left. Yeah, because Maker 1 had the Podoboo trick for stacking, and then now Podoboos just don't stack. Which is unfortunate, because what is fire even good for if it doesn't stack? Okay. Get up here. Yeah, I guess these little pipe segments here are supposed to look like planter pots if you look at what's going on down below. Anyway, here's an interesting Lemmy setup. He's going to be surrounded by plants. It's like a Batman boss rush where this is poison ivy. Oh, whoops, I could have gone for that coin up top, but we'll miss. And yeah, it looks like we have some seesaw displacement here that makes it possible to pick those up. Now, do we get access to one key or two? I feel like it's just going to be a pick a fight kind of setup here. Now, I don't know if we have a way to hit him or if it's going to be some survival here, given that you've got plants, you've got Boom Boom below that. Just thinking about what we can do. You know, that looks surprisingly like the Fly Swatter boss in Mario Paint. I don't know why it reminds me of that specifically, but it totally does, doesn't it? Which makes it particularly appropriate to Mario Maker, given that Mario Maker was kind of a spiritual sequel to Mario Paint to begin with. Yeah, Green Heroes, that's a good observation about it being a vertically out of alignment. But let's do this. Oh, we have a bit of Bowser fire from way off screen over there, from the future boss that we're about to encounter. Okay, let's just take one mushroom for now. Keep the other one. Activates, and here is Flying Boom Boom coming in with the flying fire boss over here. So, let's see what we can actually do about this. I think I need him to swoop down, and then what? Whoops. I can't imagine that this would be something survival timer based, given that we don't really see any kind of external damage that will consistently hit it, given its positioning. So I should think about what we could do to grab the key. I might need to get on top of that stack somehow. And yeah, let's see what we can do here. So we had stumps on top of this stack here. I could imagine it being something timer based, given that we do have some track setups that are poison. Given that we don't have a way to hit anything here, I think it may indeed be on a timer, but... And, oh, here's a moon, okay. Oh, interesting, it's a scroll break followed by spawning the moon, because the moon is not within spawning range until the scroll break happens. Which is nice. It's nice that it's not just a timer fight, but a timer fight that gives you a condition that you actively have to pursue at the very end. And that's neat, just having those additional tiles open up to get within moon range. Yeah. No way to pick up the trampoline is going to be offset in such a way that it will die to the on-off activation there when everything is within the activation range to get the boss started up. Whoops. Getting a little bit trapped here. And here's the moon. Whoops, standing a little bit close there for all this bullet and dodging. Nope, that's a miss. That's okay. We'll not damage boost through, apparently. And forward we go. Alright, let's not consume all of the mushrooms off to start. Let's consume one of the mushrooms off to start. So much for that. And yeah, we'll just hang around here until that additional block opens up. You can also hit Boom Boom above the poison and kill the whole thing. Yeah, I was trying to remember if Bowser had a collision in this style, because I often forget. No, it's just in Super Mario World, I think, that would be an issue. I kind of wondered, though, if you maybe need more than one key. I guess the reason that you would have two doors there is... I mean, the moon would kill everything, but if you get into a situation where one of the doors gets obstructed by something like a stack falling on top of it, that would be something to sort of hedge against. I don't think I'd trust trying to drop Boom Boom on top of the poison. I think I'm likely to fall into the poison after it. Even though you will not have a collision with the piranhas on either side. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to trust myself to tug him out that far. We'll just do things this way instead. Grab the moon. Grab the moon. Come on, moon. Come on, moon. Good night, moon. Whoops. That was not the ending to Good Night, Moon that I remember. Okay, let's get up here. Yeah, the Bowser collision rules in terms of how they differ between styles is something that does throw me off from time to time. But yeah, if you do the Boom Boom Crush over here, you just stack them elsewhere. It actually creates a bit of a situation here, as you can see. But it's kind of like the placement of the two separate doors is hedging against alternate methods like that, particularly because getting that kind of kill before the moon comes out does potentially lead to the Munchers blocking one side. Okay, forward we go. I should not do a blind jump like that. Let's actually ride this out carefully. And yeah, I know you said above the poison green heroes. I was just kind of wondering if destacking all that stuff would maybe get the Boom Boom into a position where I could get additional hits in as well, but... Whoops. Okay. Let's wait for the moon. Moon's going to take its sweet time. Nope. And yeah, tugging the camera as we chase the moon around is going to lead to some issues. It is only going to release one key. That's a very important thing to notice here. And let's try it again. Okay. Nope. It's okay, that's what mushrooms are for when we actually think about my positioning in advance before diving into trouble. And let's see if we can break Boom Boom elsewhere. And yeah, love how this is staying in place. Look at the chomp placement here, where the chomp collision is being detected in such a fashion that it's just going to remain in place. That's really neat. Yeah, because it looks like the stack is just sort of obeying this circular logic where the chomp seems to be obstructing itself. Yeah, it bounces against the piranhas, but the whole stacking there with the piranhas against the munchers is creating this circular trap. Thank you for that, Natcat. And thank you for all the GGs, as always. Cedric268, if you are still here, please check in. And yeah, you are here, so let's just punch in the code. Brain test plus small challenges. Your record time is 185 seconds. There are no clears so far. So we'll see how we do with it. Okay, it looks like we may or may not need to go quickly. Okay, it is going to be a maze. And the maze is telling us to go to the bottom. And we hopefully won't get roasted here. Not yet, anyway. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's going to follow you up. And is there something like a... Oh, I see. There is a bit of a time limit here where you have to get down to this location prior to it melting. Okay.
Oh, no.
So yeah, Cedric, it tests our skills to the limit. I mean, we'll hopefully be able to do something with this here. Definitely thrown off by the initial position. In terms of just picking the wrong side. And yeah, so nothing's wrapped around back here yet. That's good, because it means we have plenty of time to drop and spam my way down, hopefully. Okay, because I'm trying to spam the release to get off the claw, and that doesn't seem like it's the way to get off the claw. I think maybe taking that path to begin with may be a mistake. But I'm not sure what the alternative will be. Oh yeah, we take the path over to the right instead of going up. I think. Yeah, let's take a look here. You can get more speed when you don't run and wall jump in the right time. Okay, well, we'll see. Green Heroes, are you recommending the spin for claw drop? That's something I really should have considered. Nope, that's not going to be the answer. No, the spin is not going to be the answer here. Not even with the down spin. Trying to see if I can do a wall collision here too. Treat that a little bit differently. Maybe it's a timing-based thing where you need to be out of range of one claw as you drop from the other. The way those are stacked, I don't see what my options are just yet. Could be that I'm just doing this segment too slowly. But nothing's melting here yet, so doesn't look like that's it. Unless we need to do some kind of wall slide that will get me out of there. Yeah, I just don't see a valid path.
Oh, no.
No, I see that the claws are being loaded from two different locations onto that track, and that's... The claw timing is therefore something that we would be able to manipulate depending on how we scroll in to that location. We can desync them, just in a way that's not really visible to me right now. Because it's hard to do that intentionally. Like, we can spawn one claw. Nope. Yeah, we have a little bit more spacing between them now, but we took too long, so... But we can try to see if... Yeah, as you can see, it is possible to drop out of the claws, but you need to spawn them differently than how They were coming up before, and so... Like I said, because the claw spawning position is going to be within that 3-tile off-screen boundary, as you scroll in, I can't actually plan around that. And plan my entry speed here to desync the claws as much as possible. However, coming in quickly like that seems to do the trick, so let's just drop in. And through we go. Oh yeah, that's very much pure spawn jank. For sure. Oh, it's telling me that I want Buzzy Hat. Yeah, because if I do Buzzy Hat, then instead of killing, it's going to do a bump up to the upper stack and activate the jump block that is on the top right. So, this is what happens when you don't know how to follow hints and instructions. Okay. Spawn jank is going to be in my favor this time around. Okay. Down this way. And through. Well, at least the clue is playing fair here. It's kind of a neat gate design here. Okay, so, question mark. It's quizzing me on something to do with the semi-solid colors, and I don't know which semi-solid color we were supposed to pay attention to. Unless we're supposed to pick the one that is not a semi-solid, the one that's just transparent over to the right side. Let's... Okay, so I don't actually understand what the clue is here. In terms of which one we should have been paying attention to. It might be a memory test of some sort. A memory test for something earlier in the level. So let's make sure we keep in mind any of the translucent semi-solids that we might come across earlier in the level. I currently don't really know what I'm being asked to figure out there, so... Spawn jank this time does not look very favorable, but we'll try to take it anyway. Nope. And... yeah, the box by the helmets. Yeah, I'm sure we could have figured that out the second time I went back there. It's something that I would absolutely not know to pay attention to my first time through, though, and I think that's something that is not really going to feel very much like a puzzle question, so to speak. I shouldn't have spammed that. I was perfectly able to drop through if I played that accurately and bothered to watch the claw pattern. We got there with ample time and with good spacing. No need to choke that hard. Okay, let's go through here. And whoops. And back down we go. These claws are going to be stacked pretty much exactly on top of each other, which is not favorable. Yeah, very glad when we play levels that do require you to tend to the semi-solid coloration, that I'm not in fact colorblind. That my monitor also has enough contrast to tell some of those apart. Okay, and once again, the claws are not going to work out. Let's not even bother. Yeah, the title does tell you in advance that there's going to be some kind of quizzing, but of course, you know, you never quite know what kind of thing the creator considers puzzle design when you see something described as a puzzle until you actually see it. Okay. You're telling me that it's possible to drop down when you do have the overlapping claws. Yeah, that's not something I think we'll take the time to fight with, given that this is fairly early on in the level. We may as well just reset and reroll. I mean, if you drop both of the claws off of the same column, even if they're from different heights initially, that's an easy way to solve that kind of problem if you want something that's actually going to behave consistently. Because the spawning rules are going to be one of the more important things to remember to game. I totally forgot to pay attention to the semi-solid. Let's do this again.
Oh no!
That's okay, I mean, we're also doing it by elimination. Accidentally, so... just make it through here. Okay, decent cycle on the claws this time. And through we go. Yep, I see the answer now. Okay. It is going to be this guy. Whoops, wanted to bump him. That did not actually go as planned. Don't know if we're supposed to keep the helmet here.
Oh no!
Just so you folks are aware, Q is likely to close by the time I get to the end of this level. So do consider this last call. I might not clear this. Remember, this has no clears on it. We don't seem to have the end in sight. But just so you know, I am already kind of thinking ahead to Q closing, so... let's just see here. And thank you, Mang, for the submission. Mang, always eager to extend the lifetime of the stream by an hour or so by submitting near the end. No complaints over here, the levels tend to be fun, so... let's drop down and see what else we can do. Yeah, it's going to drop down. And yeah, let's try to play the platforming segment carefully. There is a mushroom that's available around the start. I should actually release the Chomp. If I release the Chomp, we actually have something that is spin jumpable. Eventually. Nope, should have done a spin there. Okay, it doesn't look like we need to grab a key or anything down here, so we'll just continue going down. And, okay, it looks like this plus red. Watermelon red. This one. Yeah, I do like how many different shadings you can get just with
Oh no!
stacking things in SMB style. So, Mail64 is going to request a switch to Sky Blue Mario. Given that Blood Mario has been bleeding very heavily all over the place. So yeah, Cedric, I'll probably just give this a few more attempts here, given that there is but a long walk back. But we'll see what we can do. And that first clear, I believe, actually is available in this. So. Okay. Nope. Not dealing with the claws there. Mang is asking, where's the Shrek point? Well, the Shrek point is kind of like an onion. It comes in layers. Now let's get over here. Red Knight, welcome. Didn't the film Shrek just turn 20 this year? Yeah, it's 2021. I guess Shrek came out 20 years ago. And despite that, he is still not in Smash. Okay, let's go back here. I believe there's one more question before the shake point. Well, the question tends to be, would you like some fries with your shake? Yeah, if we released a chomp, we do actually have a spin jump location, but failing that, we know that we don't actually need it for anything, so we'll just come down here. And okay, so there is a bit of an item check here. Whoops. Totally was going for the spiny head and just missed. That was not the best way to go out. Very much my fault. And yeah, Cedric, even if we don't get very far in this, hope you enjoyed the playthrough. And this gave you some interesting playtesting information about what's working and what's maybe not working so well. The claws are one thing that kind of forces a re-roll. I'm glad that that inconsistency is just very close to the start. It would be very disappointing to run into something like that several rooms in. But I mean, often when people talk about level length and checkpoints and such, my attitude towards that is that it is just a matter of consistency. If things feel sort of inconsistent and out of control of the player, you need more checkpoints. Or shorter segments. If things can be easily mastered with practice and with a very reliable pattern that you can find, then you don't need quite as many checkpoints. And that's always been one of the ways I think about level design, and a way that might be a bit unorthodox to and people who just need checkpoints everywhere. Like, a lot of checkpoint pacing is much more about consistency than about difficulty. Okay, we know that we are going to have to take a hit here and revert back to small. And yeah, Red Knight, I have to agree with Netcat, they're great emotes all around. Let's just do a wall jump up here. And okay. We want to take watermelon color. And yeah, near here we just need to watch the wall jump location. It's telling me down. So here's the thing. When I follow the arrows here, it doesn't actually give me a very good indication of where to be going, because I'm at the same time I'm watching the saw blade patterns and I don't actually see a safe landing location when I'm going up and down beside the blasters. Let's take a look at the preview screen here. Clear check time 3:44. And yeah, we see the survival railing. We also see a preview of hell, which is... Oh, it says hello. Okay, hello. I thought for a moment that that was just the level's equivalent of hell, but same idea. And also a coin trail over spike segment, and so... Yeah. Quite a lot to work with here. We didn't get very far, but thank you for showing us that anyway, Cedric. So like I was saying, I will be probably closing the queue after I punch in the next submission from Green Heroes, so do consider this last call. And you say checkpoint is by where it says survive, yeah. By that point, you probably do get the general idea that you were meant to survive. Okay, going to punch in Green Heroes code, and we'll have queue closure right after that, so... Once again, hope everything has been working well on the viewer's side. We hopefully didn't have too much hiccuping on the network. And, oh, you totally did submit me a Death to Spies level from the music competition. Now, I'm trying to remember what the theme to TMC5 was. I think it was the film music one. I don't seem to remember what this would be coming from, but... yeah, Green Heroes, since I am... during the queue. So, Green Heroes, I'm going to close up right now. I'll reopen for you to tag in one last level afterwards. How about that? I'll just reserve the last slot for you if you want to do that. But I'll be closing for the time being, just so we don't get overburdened. Also because, with Mang being our scheduled closer today, that level could take a while, depending on whether I'm repeating an earlier one or learning a new one. So, I'm expecting that I'll have to budget time for that. So just give me a moment. I'm going to make sure the bot display as well as my stream title reflect the fact that our queue is going to be shut off for the time being. And we'll listen to some music. Green Heroes, you say you have a level on par for this one, but it didn't make it to TMC5 because it was made earlier. Yeah, that's fine. Let's take a look. I don't know from the title if I will recognize this track. As I was saying earlier, I might not. Ah, it's a cape spin level, yeah. But you need to cape spin off every platform and refresh as necessary, so... Yeah. Just need to release the spin fly here and there as necessary. Whoops. From Top Gun. Yeah. Now that it's playing, I do kind of recognize it. Been a long time since I saw Top Gun. Whoops. Mostly just remember, what is it, take my breath away. Okay, let's get down here. I know it was, you know, right before the pandemic, I remember that one of the last film trailers that I'd seen in the cinema was for a Top Gun revival. You see, Tom Cruise is actually the producer on many of the films that Tom Cruise is starring in because he just likes playing those characters and wants to finance more films where he can play them and retain some memory of his youthfulness. It's true of a lot of the Mission Impossible films as well, like the recent ones were all directly financed by Tom Cruise himself. But you know, that's the life he leads apparently. Oh, missed the spin down at the very end here. But, you know, I actually remember playing a Top Gun video game for the NES way back when. It was probably the first flight game that I played, now that I think about it, in terms of flight simulation or anything. And like, it was something that predated other games like Pilot Wings and anything like that. Remember I had a Top Gun cartridge sitting around somewhere. And yeah, Male64 knows what I'm talking about because we have another Nintendo oldie in the room. Okay, thank you for that, Green Heroes. Like I said, Green Heroes, I will reopen just for one submission from you. Just to tag you on at the end there with something on your own. Of your own, rather. And then I will be closing immediately afterwards, so. In the meantime, I will be plugging in whoever is next. Which is going to be Reincarnated Smurf. Reincarnated Smurf, thank you for checking in and also for your patience. I know I do tend to run a bit of a long queue here. But some of the levels went faster than usual today, so we've been getting through this at a decent clip, I hope. Lance Cavern, thank you for offering me first clear. Hopefully we can do it. Looking at the preview screen and no, definitely concerned that some precision is in the works. How can plants grow here? Please enjoy this warm-up stage. I mean, very few plays on this so far, of course, so we don't know exactly what we're in for. Time limit is gentle, despite the music that seems to be indicating otherwise. Dropping the bomb here will open up the door. Not quite. I needed to kick it a little bit further to the left, and then that would open up the door. Kind of like that as the first resort, actually. No, except we are dropping it too far to the right, so that's not going to be it. And that seems to be something that only gets you up to 10 coin anyway, so. Alright, let's do some precision jumping, I guess. See if we can just develop the right kind of speed to get over. And Male64 is telling me something about Smurfs. A super easy word compared to the original Strumpf. Which... Strumpf. It was something like that. I don't know. Okay, there we go. And now we wait for the burner. Let's just wait. Don't see any reason to rush through that yet. Koopa to the right is going to blast everything open. Let's scout ahead first, just to make sure I know what's going on. Okay. On-off switch is going to give me the door. That's fine. Interesting one-way panel there, actually. Now, we had a little bit of bombardment here. Oh, yes, from this bomb That's fine, we'll take it. Looks like we need to drop a bit on this donut block before we get over to the next one. So we'll do that. Hug left. Hug left. Making some progress. There's a part 2 to this, you're saying. Okay. Yeah, we'll warn you, this is exactly the style of level that I'm probably worst at, but given that we are actually progressing decently so far. It's not as super tight as a lot of other things that fall into this subgenre, so actually have a bit of patience here from time to time. A bit of an opportunity to read and reflect. So yeah, the bomb is going to come down and blow that open. We just need to be aware of that a second time. Once again, not sure what's going on with the one-way panel there, but we'll let that plant be taken out and do the same thing here. So we drop this, get over here, down, and back. Nope. Probably should just skip both and go all the way forward there. Actually, now that I look at that spot. And well, you folks often seem to know a lot about Smurfs. Like you've been smurfing on the competitive ladder. Strumps give you a bit of oomph. I guess they do. Okay, down we go. And down. Okay. Works a lot better there, actually. We need to be aware of the piranha plant potentially shooting out quite a bit further. It looks like the block here is going to spawn a vine. So we'll do that. And jump, jump, jump. Hug this, fall. Gently without pressing. Okay, progressing decently so far. I think that a lot of this is surprisingly approachable. I feel like a lot of things here can actually be done repeatedly without too much fuss. And here's one thing about video game lingo that I don't really know, is why smurfing, or being a smurf, kind of took hold to begin with as the terminology for pretending to be a much lesser skilled player and just stomping people on a competitive ladder. I don't exactly know where that came from. I mean, I do know where a lot of other terms like nerf and buff and so on are coming from and where they originated community-wise, but something like smurfing I feel like did originate in computer games specifically, but I don't really know which community popularized it. Felt like I first started hearing it in RTS communities, or things like StarCraft 1. But now I do hear it fairly commonly for other games as well, like people who play on a ladder for chess, for instance. Now let's down here. Nope, too low. Now let's just get back up. And we can in fact speed through that without waiting too long. On-off switch is going to take care of everything by itself. And Reincarnated Smurf, you were called Smurf for years. Was that before or after the reincarnation, I wonder? Whoops. Yeah, Belgium is a country with a very strong tradition of the bande dessinée. And Tintin, of course, being the pride of the form. I mean, you know, you have to caveat that, of course, they obviously don't publish things like Tintin in the Congo anymore. Discontinued some of that for a good reason, but given Belgium's historical relationship with the Congo, that it's maybe a bit of a sensitive subject matter. And in fact, Mail64, I remember that coming up recently when people were talking about, you know, the publisher pulling some of the catalog for Dr. Seuss. Tintin in the Congo was actually cited specifically as the precedent for that. Yeah, Green Heroes, the reason you would never have read it is because it was something that was basically pulled from circulation for reasons of cultural sensitivity many, many years ago, I think. So it's harder to find these days. I see nothing wrong with sort of being curious about that stuff, though. Mail64, I mean, you know. But in general, I think I'm very open to the idea of just looking things up out of historical curiosity. You don't need to enjoy them, you don't need to like them. You can find them offensive if you like, but I see nothing wrong with continuing to look that up, just for your own edification. Whoops. Reincarnated Smurf, actually I am having a fair bit of fun with this, considering that, like I said, I'm really not usually a precision jumping kind of player, but I feel like the margins of error here are just relaxed enough that I can, in fact, have some control over each obstacle and do things consistently from run to run, which is usually my problem with a lot of these levels that have tighter margins of error, is that very often I feel like I'm just subject to a lot of luck when it comes to whether or not I'm going to dodge something. But here I find that if I'm strategizing properly, that a lot of things I can hit like 90% of the time, and it's just a matter of stringing them together by consistency. So, given that, like, I actually think some of the obstacles here are pretty well crafted. I mean, it is a long stretch from what I can see so far, given that we have not hit anything like a checkpoint, and I'm still just kind of pressing against this, but it's, as I was saying earlier, much more excusable to have long stretches when things can be done consistently, and when it's possible to find something that's a 100% reliable method, which, once again, is usually the issue I have with precision levels. And okay, let's see this. Yeah, I don't know if I'm anywhere near the end, but I think we're actually making good progress here, which we'll just continue to press against. I'm saying part 2 is harder. Duly noted. Here, it is possible to die to a bomb if you come to this location right away. Whoops. Let's be careful here. So yeah, there are a few spots that are a little bit awkward. Whoops. but for the most part, things are under my control. I might not be able to clear it, but we'll try to put in a decent run, given that I am slowly making my way through. Yeah, I also like that not too many things are really kind of urgent or time-sensitive, that I do have the ability to stop and plan. And in some cases, even retry some things, if they don't seem to be working out initially. Nope. This seemed to work out much better before. Okay. Down we don't. And let's see here. Okay. Over here. I actually quite like the Steven Spielberg Tintin feature film. I know that it tends to be overlooked Spielberg in a way, and didn't do that well commercially. And so the original plan to kind of co-develop a trilogy with Peter Jackson never really came to fruition. I know that, you know, a lot of people find that it's maybe too much of an uncanny valley effect to have motion capture CG characters like that, but in general, I just really admire the craftsmanship in the Spielberg portfolio, and so... Okay, this I think I do need to lower the donut block slightly. I wasn't quite estimating that quite well. Also one of the more underrated John Williams scores, I think. Doesn't tend to be talked about very much as one of the major collaborations with Spielberg, but there we are. And yeah, you never actually saw it? Okay. Yeah, I think it's worth a look. I haven't seen it really since it came out in cinemas about a decade ago, but I remember enjoying it quite a bit, but I think I've gotten a lot out of just about every Spielberg film, though, to varying extents. Partly because I find he's a very interesting filmmaker to watch from a technical perspective. More of an Asterix guy yourself? Yeah. Yeah, I know that the films that are based on Asterix, say Obelix, tend to be the top-grossing films in France generally, and that they're just this massive domestic hit there that has really not really been exported or localized very well elsewhere, in spite of the fact that Asterix actually does have a fairly sizable presence in other languages internationally. That for some reason the films haven't really gone over quite the same way. Probably because when it comes to, you know, things made for domestic markets that are blockbusters, they don't tend to export as well as the big American Hollywood productions. So I'm not really up to speed on Asterix on film myself, but I can't remember the last one I would have watched. Probably one from maybe a decade and a half ago. I just don't remember which one it was, actually. But here we go. Yeah, all the stuff you can learn about the Roman Empire just by following Asterix. Okay. You're saying there's only one live-action Asterix that is even good? Yeah, I don't know if that was the one I saw, or if it was something else. But But as I said, I do know that they're just massive hits and runs. Okay. There we go. Nope. Don't want to bump your head against that wall over there. Whoops. Still sliding a bit heavily as we head over there. And that is just something we need to watch with the timed activation of the bomb on the track relative to that on-off switch. That's the one thing that I wasn't paying enough attention to when sliding into that wall. You see, Mill64, despite having talked about The Simpsons earlier, I don't know enough new Simpsons to really even know what the tonal difference is. Like, I don't know what the issue with New Simpsons is because I just haven't watched any of it, apart from some of the short films that they've been doing with Maggie Simpson that have been kind of stand-ins for short releases. Now that the Fox library has been absorbed into Disney. But yeah, I don't actually know what has changed or what people find objectionable about it. Yeah, Reincarnated Smurf, like I was saying, it's the kind of challenge that is usually not my style, but I feel like there are a lot of things that are controllable about it in terms of having, you know, very clear locations that you can lean against in some places, walls that you can use for positioning, things like that. A lot of it is manageable, it's just that you need to do enough of it consistently over a long stretch that I can run into some issues. So that seems like it's the furthest I've been able to get. That location right there. I'll see if I can put in a handful of attempts to try to push on a little bit further, but Reincarnated Smurf, I think we'll probably have to call it at that point. I mean, I think it's still very valuable to be able to have fun with a level that you are nowhere close to beating, and like I said, I think the actual platforming design here is more interesting to me than the usual precision level is. Partly because it's not as tight, but partly because it just feels generally much more controllable. So. And the visibility tends to be pretty good in terms of being able to anticipate everything I'm dealing with. It's just that the actual jumps can require a bit more finesse than what I'm able to do with consistency over a long stretch, but it's kind of important that I can always see the obstacles coming and plan around what's going to happen. Okay, new record. Looks like we do need to dash over to the right. That's fine. That's going to be a drop down to center, maybe. I actually don't know if I'm supposed to drop down to the center or to the right. And it is drop down to center, so we'll go back there. After I see what this is all about, probably one up or... Okay, a key, but a key that gives you no door. So that's a bit of a red herring, unfortunately. But we'll ride this down. And how do I activate this? I have no access to fire except here. Okay. Not sure how I feel about that invisible activation there. That's something that could kill you very easily if you're not careful. This far into the level, so. Made pretty significant progress after the roadblock earlier. Looks like we will be dropping the track with the on-off switch, which means I want to be taking it as late as possible. Duck here. And so yeah, There's a bit of a speed requirement here as we get to the center of the platform. And a little bit to the left. Just a little bit. Okay, this is going to be a little bit tricky. Alright, Reincarnated Smurf, we'll try to give this one more attempt. That seemed to be the record. I feel like if I spent a bit more time on this, that's if we're able to get back to that location cleanly, that I have a pretty good shot. I mean, that was a very avoidable death there that we saw. And I feel like everything was very visible in terms of whether I had a fair shot at doing it blindly, so... Very avoidable mistake there, I found. And that's the ending. Yeah, that's why I'm pushing on a bit further. Try to get a good attempt in. Or some definition of good that will be totally up to me, subjectively. It's always encouraging to see that the ending is in sight. And yeah, it wasn't like it was a sudden difficulty spike or something there at the end. It was just a bit of a mess up on my part. Okay. So now we know that the part on the right is just a fake out. We'll just be careful with that. We know that we need to be careful with this. Yeah, this I don't know how I feel about that fire. It's so late in the level. I feel like some people are going to feel like they're taking an unfair death there if they're really not careful. But luckily we managed to dodge that and had plenty of time to read what was going on, so... Again, we'll wait until the track is sort of at the end there, and oh, no. Okay, we got that back there fairly cleanly. I do want to stick with this just a little bit longer to see if we can close it out. Especially now that we know the end is in sight. Getting close. Getting close and really messing up now. The very beginning, so... We'll see if we can make it happen. And thank you again to the patience of everybody in queue behind this level. I do always try to get through everybody. Barring any emergencies, usually we're able to do so. I've very rarely had to tap out early with people still remaining in queue, so... We'll try to make it happen as cleanly as possible. But yeah, if I don't manage to close this out, Reincarnated Smurf, do feel free to resubmit this one again in future. If you want to see me work on it some more. I do run viewer levels regularly in this time slot as well as the same time slot the day before. We had to cancel yesterday. Because I just wasn't set up in time, but this is my usual time slot. And if you catch me on, I'd be happy to return to this one. Oops. Yeah, just seeing the state of the queue here, just given the number of people who are remaining, given that we're past queue closing already, I may have to cut this one off soon, so... But it's good to know that we did make it a pretty decent distance. Okay. Let's get back in here. Oh, whoops. Yeah, let's just tap out for the time being. Like I said, you're quite welcome to resubmit this if we want to take another crack at it. Thanks for offering me first clear, by the way. I feel like we could have done it if I had a bit of a longer sitting with it. And Mail64 warning me that you're not too happy with your work. That's okay. That's what testing is for. We'll see how we do with that when we get there. Yeah, sometimes we do a bit of an unfinished business stream as well, where I take the things I was not able to finish during viewer levels and just try to clear a bunch of them at once. I probably won't be able to do that this week since we're doing indie games into midweek streams, but if you see me clear the level out of the blue on your notifications, do see whether I did stream it, because I sometimes will just catch up on things that we were close to beating. Yeah, Warp World bot is judgmental by design. I mean, I did script that myself, but I think it's an accurate representation of affairs. Okay, Mail64, so we are going back to the latest build of this level that you showed me earlier, right? And this time I'll be looking at some of the other rooms that we didn't see. Driving faster than the chomps at the start. Yeah, we'll be on the lookout for some different paths. If we wind up on the same path early on, we'll just take a different one at the ending. Oh, try being faster than the chomps at the start. Okay, never mind. Right, because then you can come down here and then drop into the yellow pipe on the right side. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, like I said, there is a bit of variability to the chomps early on. Oh, you can kill both of them, actually, because of the way the block repeats, I think. And then that would allow you... Well, assuming that the block isn't still turning, which it might be. Yeah, because that guy is going to go up front. Okay, maybe that's not the most clever way to do it. But if I maybe kill the second chomp rather than the first, then that might actually do it. So let's... no, not quite. I think I definitely need to kill at least one, though. Nope. Yeah, I think that route might not play well with the timings that I'm seeing right now, unless there's a more comfortable timing that I just have been unable to see. I mean, I could also slide down there. Sliding down there would be something that would work. Like, if you just slide, and there we go. And then hit the P. Because the chomps aren't going to hit the P for me this time. So it looks like you have an infinite P switch here. This takes you down this segment. Totally reconfigures what we had seen of this zone earlier. And then we'll do something about these bloopers, perhaps. Okay. Activate this snake block just to see what goes on. It's going to be Red Yoshi. Red Yoshi will allow me to zap stuff with fire, eventually. I need to not lose Red Yoshi, though. That's okay, we'll try the same path again once we understand that. And yeah, you were saying I can just slide. I'm glad I figured that out before I had to cheat by looking at chat. And I totally missed him on a slide, so never mind that. Sliding state can do quite a lot of work for you, but it's not when that's your synchronization. Here we go. Okay. E-switch is going to give me the pathway in the top right. The mainly thing that has changed is access to Fire Yoshi. Okay, let's go up. And through. Wait for the P-switch to expire, and then looks like we'll be bopping on some chops rather. Snake Block's going to kill this gate, and the Snake Block is also going to proceed. And not kill anything else. Fire Yoshi could have also zapped that bomb, but that's not what's going to happen. The fact that I dropped the left side as well was a bit of a surprise. Oh, look at that chomp-shaped set of coins right there that we totally consumed. Okay, P-switch is going to eventually release and let me through, but I don't know if I actually saw the... Oh, that's the point of the P activation, okay. I was about to say I don't know if I saw the point of the P activation, but now I certainly do. No, Yoshi, come back. Okay. Alright, well, take that. And head over to the left, so we will not be able to grab the extra Yoshi this time. But jumping on a chomp does get me through, and we'll be able to grab a Fire Flower. Very helpful. And we'll just bop Morton before he stomps everywhere and sends fire everywhere. Yeah, the faster you get him, or you can just treat him like a boom-boom fight. Not able to grab the P-switch this time, given that we don't have green Yoshi. And we'll check this route over here. Given that that's going to give you a key, presumably. Okay. Interesting. Double Morton. That's okay, having a Yoshi here is going to keep things steady. Nope. Thought I could land on top of Yoshi there, and I just totally mistimed that, so... Unfortunately, no more Yoshi for me, which will make this fight significantly harder. And we're going to try it anyway, because we're foolish that way. Yeah, I can tell the camera is going to be a bit of a liability here. Whoops. But we'll try to make that happen. Just to see what happens when we get through the key door on the other side. Nope. Yeah, the Mortons look like they will take fewer hits than usual, probably because they are in fact whacking each other. That's fine. Yeah, a little bit hard to see where I'm landing as I descend into that zone, but we'll try to make it work, even if we're doing it the hard way. Yeah, doing it with a Yoshi in tow is going to make it significantly easier, of course, but probably should just spin jump, actually, and it'll be a little bit more difficult to do all the aerial control, but it's also going to keep me safe if I just maintain that position here. Okay, 2 keys, one to get out of here, one to get over to the entrance that we saw earlier. With the on-off state changed as well, conveniently. Because that was how I dropped into the boss door to begin with. And we have a clown car, which leads me... where? It leads me to skip all this stuff. With the blasters being lowered by fire, probably takes me over to the axe segment at the very end. Okay, we'll take it. Well, if you notice spin jump, it's not too bad a fight, actually, simply because the Mortons take fewer hits than usual. But the spin jump is very much the whole trick there. It's very true. Alright, thank you for offering me first clear on this version as well. I don't know what other revisions you're making, but I also think we probably didn't see it all, did we? I mean, I'm just thinking of the branches earlier in the level and whether I might have missed something additionally, especially in that very complicated snake block room. And Teramis, welcome. Okay, Natcats. Once again, you have sent me something. Okay, this is from a different Japanese maker. Once again, I will have to pull out my translation engine. See what kind of concept is in store this time in Cyclone Boo. Cyclone... The translator's telling me that this is Cyclone Teresa for some reason. And the description just says, sometimes I want to do something like this. Apparently. This is more of a concept that's an Uno Mas, okay. We'll see. Looks like there are probably twisters in store. Reached the goal after defeating all one Larry. Alright, let's defeat the all one Larry. And oh, look at that. Cyclone Boo, that's what it is. And okay, that's cool. That's very neat. We've seen a lot of Boo patterns lately. This one is really neat. And to think we were expecting twisters. Let's walk around here. There is a bit of a safety zone on top of the clouds, as you can see. And the blaster is going to threaten to crush me, and it's not going to do so because it's just going to push me through. And then a Spike Ball is going to eventually drop me through after this little bonus game where we try to collect all the coins. And there we go, THX 1138. Let's look at this pattern. This is really neat. But yeah, just some massive track loading here with the Boos on wings that are being scattered. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening here with this pattern. It is really quite mesmerizing to watch, actually. Very, very neat. Thank you for that, Netcat. Always love seeing some of the stuff you want to share. I wonder what else is on this maker's profile, actually, just to take a look, whether it's a lot of concepts like this. This is definitely one of the more popular selections. It is almost like a screensaver. All it needs is some flying toasters. Yeah, let's punch in whatever is next. Next is going to be Cloud Crazy. You are here. I think I needed to bump Cloud Crazy earlier in the stream, but if you have in fact come back, please check in. I do not, in fact, see Cloud Crazy on chat list, though, so I will wait very briefly, and I will probably move on to whoever is next, which is going to be Mang. Okay, so Mang, since you're probably going to be next, you should let me know whether you would prefer that I go back to that Act 3 where I could not figure out how to do the shell timing at the very end of that section I was stuck on, or if we want to look at something new. And yeah, it looks like, you know, occasionally we have some people who troll around streams and just drop their codes and go. That's okay, it just means it's easier to remember that we can just remove them quickly. So Mang, I think what I'll do is I will look at what is the alternative selection, the next thing that I would not have completed it, and I'll just make a decision from there. And because there was just one particular jump I could not figure out at all with this level here, the plot of which we will retread for anybody who missed it last time around. Space Bunny 3, I feel like we should be doing the trilogy in order. This is also at 0.1%. Pick Human Space Adventure. We might continue to push on this, so this level, for anybody who missed it last time, has this very colorful title. I don't know if Mang wants me to repeat it, but okay, no, we'll do it. We'll do it. In Yorkshire, 5 junior financiers go fishing hourly. Jackalopes jumping, not very fast, just snatched 45 fish, giving King Koopa a formidable profit. Act 3. I should really have written an alternative one, actually, that begins like in Yokohama. Something, something, something. But there we go. Alright, let's see if we get stuck on the same jump again, or just get stuck on different jumps as I try to relearn whatever we were doing with this last week. So yeah, if you folks have not seen this level before, the whole concept is taking advantage of the ground pound state that is preserved by the desert wind, even if you ground pound slightly out of position. And it is a fun concept. It's something that's very specific to the NSMB style in terms of taking advantage of the continuous desert wind as well as the ground pound in tandem. So just a very crafty mechanical combination. Once we, of course, remember how to play some of this early stuff. And yeah, Green Heroes, you really should have seen how all the characters were introduced in Act 1 and 2. Because I certainly didn't. Whoops. Yeah, need to hold the bounce into that as we get that drop into the bumper. That's something that I consistently struggled with. But we did eventually find a better method last time, I think. That would not be so finicky. But yeah, the sooner we can get back there, the sooner we can actually progress. Something new, perhaps? Nope. Where does this mysterious Meng find all these intellectual level titles? Well, if you take an infinite number of monkeys and put them on typewriters, it will eventually develop Super Mario Maker and provide the kind of interface that will lead to that and many, many little Timmy levels besides. Okay. There we go. Or you can get Kierkegaard. Yeah, that's very true. Depending on whether you have any particular philosophical affiliations when it comes to 19th century European thought. Okay. In my experience, the people who are into Kierkegaard are really, really into Kierkegaard in ways that I can barely follow. But that's true of a lot of the philosophers that are still being read up to this point, though. Might need to repress the monkeys first, yeah. Always repress the monkeys first. Good advice for living. Unless you're a monkey. Or for that matter, an advocate for monkeys' rights. Based on our common humanity. Whoops. Quite mean to spring forward quite like that. We just need to get the bounce interaction down a little bit better. The idea is that you need to repress jump before you hit the bumper, just before you hit the bumper. And that's something that I did consistently have trouble with, because the reaction window for that is very, very brief. Yeah, you can't do it too soon, otherwise you'll just jump out of the block. Also, I seem to discover the last time that you can just jump directly out of the middle block and just skip the first bumper, but it doesn't help you on the second bumper. So perhaps we don't want to be doing things that way. Okay, that was correct that time. I just didn't reposition accurately in going on top of the next question block. You can hold down jump even before ground pounding. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that, actually, given that... Yeah, I was just thinking about holding down jump going into the last block, and maybe that's a much tighter timing window than I should have accounted for, so... As long as you're not holding jump while you're already on a surface, I guess that's going to work. Okay. Down here. And then forward. Yeah, it works quite nicely, actually. Except, of course, that repositioning myself out of that is going to take a little bit more work, but... And then we get into the shell launcher segment, which is where I'm having trouble. And which is the furthest I've gotten in this level so far. Whoops. It's trying to slip a bit on my controller. Nope. That was the issue we ran into previously. Let's try to... Nope. Slip and slide as we push against the desert wind. Whoops. The fast swim level played by Rukar. I'm trying to remember what level that was. That would have been something I've seen. Fast swim level. Yeah. I'm not up to speed at all on what Rukar has been doing, probably because his activity is almost entirely on YouTube these days, I think. And I just don't really keep up with Maker YouTube that much. Alright, let's just do a sideways run off this. Yeah, no, the twirl is a mistake. We've discovered that many times, that I should not have to do the twirl to get over the muncher stack in the middle. Sometimes do that just out of a bit of panic. But it is overshooting the single block that I'm supposed to land on. And the shell timing after that is the one that's giving me tons of grief. Okay. Nope, jumping in the wrong time. Again. Male64, you're saying something about not owning something? I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, that I don't own one... I don't own a what? A keyboard because Green Heroes just smashed it? Whoops. There we go. And back down. Okay, that's almost going to go. The wall jump was probably a little bit low initially, which was a bit of a cascading error going into that shell. Yeah, that's one of the things in this level that's you kind of have to learn by doing. It's just that you do need the wall jump position to be kind of precise in order to get the landing where you need on top of the shell. It may be that I'm sliding excessively going into wall jump and not doing it crisply enough, but we'll have to go back and find that out. Okay, up we go. And forward. More or less. Nope, same mistake as usual. Okay. And yeah, I think maybe that's another issue with just the responsiveness of my wall jump there. I think I am supposed to ride the shell. I'm not supposed to catch her from under and wear it as a hat or anything. I think I am supposed to surf it. But I just have not been able to align with it accurately so far every time I've wall jumped up to that launcher. Now I can always adjust with twirls, and yeah, Supernova, it is max level. I think this is the third time I've shown this off because I have not been able to make the second shell launcher after all that practice. So yeah, Supernova, good to see you here. Nope. Okay, that'll work. Somewhat. Okay, overshot it that time, which is not something that will usually have happen. So yeah, Supernova, I've seen that you haven't really been on the stream lately. I assumed you're just taking a bit of a break, which is always nice to have when you need it. Hope the building is going well, though. I feel like I've actually been a little bit behind in some of your levels lately because I haven't been streaming as consistently myself either. And okay, over we go. feel like there's probably a whole segment after pipe and presumably checkpoint that we haven't even seen. Yeah, trying to twirl into that actually, and that was not quite doing the trick for me. Although maybe if I do a double twirl really quickly, I can land on top of the shell. Given that I am just a little bit to the left, it's just that it is passing me by and winding up above me fairly quickly. Here's the thing, even if we do catch a shell from below, being able to take a damage boost from it still should be sufficient to get me up to the exit pipe. So either method should work, in fact. Yeah, maybe one twirl there, depending on how we're doing around that corner. Okay. Now let's see what we're doing here. Just trying to get back in a position so I can get as many good attempts on the second shell launcher as I can. It feels like it's one of those obstacles that I just need to sample many times over before we make any significant headway. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I just didn't that sequence correctly. Also landing a bit too far to the left of the first block, which was, I think, knocking me out of the ground pound state before I was ready to lose it. Okay, down we go. Too far. You're on a streaming hiatus, working on the project levels, and then heavily focused on getting your life situated. Well, yeah. I'm good to get those things done in that order. I mean, I don't know if you're just in a point of transition with your life or something, but whatever it is, hope it works out well. And that is not too difficult to sort out. Green Heroes, you got your second vaccine dose yesterday. Well, I'm glad you're able to stay for this stream without collapsing. Yeah, I got mine about 2 weeks ago, and I did have to cancel a stream over it because I had almost no reaction to the first dose, and the second one really did just knock me out for a day. Pretty much had to sleep off a day. But hey, it means I could travel, which is good because I actually just took my first flight in 1.5 years this week. And that would have been a much less viable experience if I didn't have a bit of a safety buffer going in. So. Okay. Here we go. No. Yeah, it looks like I'm probably just one twirl behind to the left there. Maybe. I'm gonna get a part-time job and figure out what you want your real job to be. Honestly, no rush in that second question. A lot of people don't find out until much later in life. They think they know, but they don't. Isn't his job being a supernova? Well, you can't really be a supernova forever. Eventually you just wind up being a black hole. Sucking everybody's time and attention. And mass. Honestly, though, when it comes to figuring out what it is you're doing, I mean, I don't know if you have any particular preferences or interests in mind, but the thing to keep in mind is that very often what people wind up really developing a calling for is something that they don't even know exists until some kind of a change in their life has exposed them to it. Whether it's post-secondary education or something else, where, you have just this phase that introduces you to something that you had not previously even considered as an option. So, not a good idea to be too constricted by what you know and are aware of now. That's what I would say. But I'm just here to play Mario Maker. I'm in no position whatsoever to be giving people career advice. Okay. Whoops. It's always interesting to see how people's plans change with time, though, where some people really do stick with the thing that they know they're going to do very early, but I'd say that's probably a minority of cases. And okay, down we go. And up. Whoops. Career advice stream when? Natcat will think about that, so I'll do maybe one feature that is dedicated entirely to career advice levels. It will mostly be refreshing special. Okay. Let's see here. I mean, Natcat, I don't know why you need career advice. You're already a cat. Up we go. Whoops, no. Hey, salvage it. Yep, there we go. Of course, immediately after I salvage something, that's when we just take a death anyway, but... Okay, it's the moral victory that counts. And yeah, Supernova, this is definitely one of the harder ones, I would say. I think that there is kind of a natural barrier in terms of people just understanding the concept in the first place, but even so, after you understand it, there's still a lot to catch in terms of execution. But it's tons of fun. No question about that. Whoops. Up there, and through. Nope. Bad idea. Speaking of hard levels, did you play Brain Power? Green Heroes, is that one that you'd sent to me before or not? I feel like you've mainly been sending me music levels lately, so I'm guessing not. Down we go. Whoops, didn't actually expect to get up there. I was expecting to wall jump back. And that was not exactly what I thought was going to happen. Whoops. And yes, that is an emote. What is that emote? Oh, okay. Raise it, apparently. Green Hero says it's rated difficulty 7 on a Team Music site. Huh. Whoops. I mean, I'm guessing a Team Music 7 is really not the same kind of calibration as something like a Team Shell 7 or a Team Precision 7. But of course, you know, with music levels, you're also dealing with a bit of a lower floor for what can be considered a level in that genre. In terms of things that are just fairly automatic. Okay, I thought like I was almost able to catch that underneath that time. Almost. And that taking the damage boost might actually be the right idea if we sneak under it. And just stall appropriately. Yeah, the more I look at that, the more I feel like we can't surf it. Still haven't really decided yet. Yeah, this music level is definitely on the percussive side. But it is a very rhythmic experience, no question about that. There we go. No, I should twirl once over that. I started cutting back on the twirls there because I was overshooting so badly, but now I'm looking at it, I really do need to play a bit reactively here and just reposition myself. Yeah. Yeah, Supernova, I don't know if you have an opinion on what the hardest Meng level is, given that you have played all of them. I mean, there are definitely some older ones that I just never sat through completely in terms of trying to beat them. Like, I think the Interstellar Space one I just never got very far with, but... There are some that I think, if I returned to them now and actually put some effort in, I could probably hear them in a way that I was not able to before. Your things, Space Bunny 3 or 1. Yeah, I saw Space Bunny 3 had a 0.1 clear raise. And I saw that today because Space Bunny 3 is the next one down on my list that I have not yet cleared. I'm going in reverse order of publication. So. Whoops. Nova didn't like Space Bunny 3 for some reason. I'm just going to assume that it had a supernova pipe. Appropriately dressed, as always. Okay. Nope. Tried to salvage that with a wall jump, but didn't quite go. Oh, a regrab at the end. Okay, I see. That does seem sort of unusually technical. There we go. Damage boost, and up the pipe. And here's a checkpoint. Let's not forget the checkpoint. Wall jump up. Here's another launcher. We do need to shorten our way over the dry bones a bit. Three bounces, and then it's going to be ground pound over to the Piranha. Same kind of ground pound plus bumper interaction that we had previously. Okay. Ground pound again, I think. But again, a ground pound that we need some additional space for to the left, because we need to compensate for the height of that drop, much more so than we did with some of the drops previously. And then it's going to be a jump out of that slope. We should get plenty of momentum out of that, which will allow me to slide under the piranha plants over to the right side. Yeah, green arrows. Obviously, the fact that we're past checkpoint means that your level would be even further back, depending on how long I take to attempt this, but hopefully you're okay with that. You added the practice room at the beginning. Oh, you're talking about the other level, okay. Slide there. I was just overshooting slightly. Okay. No, that's going to be a problem. You do need the full bounce there. Can't do the run under the one-way panels that you did in the previous section, because that is not going to give you enough height. Yeah, I do need a sliding state on the slope to the left, and develop full momentum going over to the right side. Okay. Now, what is this? On one hand, it looks like I want to do a spin jump. On the other, it looks like... No, it's just a time jump over to the one-way panel where I just dodged a pokey. Maybe. I actually can't quite decide because I don't know if a spin jump is going to give me enough height to get over the munchers. It's not. Yeah, standard jump is fine, and a standard jump followed by another standard jump. No shell launchers or anything timed here. We just need to do the wall jump timings accurately, and everything should be okay. Okay. Nope. Maybe need one little twirl for adjustment there, depending on how we are blasting off of the springs to the left side. Yeah, I really should learn Super Mario World hacks at some point. I was actually just about to get set up for Super Mario World hacks. Spin jump there, I think. Back in the early months of this stream, back around April 2020, and then patch 3.0 for this game hit. And Mario Maker just completely took over. And I just never wound up getting into ROM hacks. I have this issue, though, on my particular setup where my Super Nintendo emulator crashes when I have my sound set to this multi-channel setup that I have in order to stream. And so until that gets fixed with the emulator itself, and it is a bug on their side, setting up game sound with playing off emulator is actually a big problem for streaming, which is kind of making that possible but inconvenient right now for me. I feel like I need to just spin jump and then curve my way back down, unless it's a spin jump off of the right side as well. But it feels like I definitely need a spin going down to the Piranha. I have not really had a chance to read that properly just yet. Yep. Nice. Very nice, in fact. Except I'll need to spin jump. Oh, wait a minute. How do I do the one-way panel then? Unless I... Let's check this here. Spin jump, and then, yeah, I should be able to wall jump off that just fine. Just need that momentary slide on it. However, can I spin jump into wall jump? Yes, I can. Of course I can. Just need to check this stuff sometimes, just in case my memory is fooling me. Okay. Nope, I knew I was going a bit low that time. This section seems really approachable, though. I think that's... There's nothing here that feels like that shell at the end of the first section yet. And of course, we're not at the end yet, so maybe something like that will arrive, but... So far, everything seems really quite approachable. Nope, overshot. Supernova, you still need to make a win level? Yeah, I guess so. Now, I had Desert Wind in the first thing that I ever published in Maker 2. It was probably not well advised. It was one of those things where being my week 1 level, I prototyped some of the rooms that I wanted to do in Maker 1 and thought, okay, I'll just add Desert Wind to this and we'll know exactly how it plays because Desert Wind is just so simple to understand. And I'd studied a lot of the footage before release to understand from the trailers that the different game styles would have these separate patterns in terms of continuity and direction and alternation. And I thought, okay, that's fine. We're totally set up. I'll just slap Desert Wind on this thing and it will go so smoothly. And being Desert Wind in Maker 2, it did not go smoothly. It added significantly more difficulty to the level than I had imagined. Okay, really do like that Muncher setup there. It is going to be a wall jump off the one-way panel. We just need to lean into it. That was maybe a problem that I ran into previously. And then down we go. Whoops. No. And yeah, Supernova, we understand that it might be a while before you do. You need to figure out your permanent career and your pension first before you get around to making wind levels. Totally understandable. You have to make sure you're on track for a lifetime tenure appointment. Now, down we go. No, that's okay. I know you're busy, in all seriousness. Partly because many other levels to finish in the meantime. It's kind of nice to be back into playing this game after not having really played other people's levels in about a week, because I've been tweaking some stuff in the editor myself and basically trying to correct for some really janky mechanics, and it's nice to just not look at that for a bit. Because playing tons of levels doesn't really burn me out of Mario Maker at all. But debugging really tricky edge case stuff, that can wear my patience down a little bit. Even though one of the things I've always liked about Mario Maker is that it's much kinder to the debugging process than a lot of real-world code or a lot of other software or logical systems that you could be working on yourself. Now let's just drop on this thing. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Nope. Needed to correct for that once again. Green Heroes, you're saying the fun part is that relying on wind with the cape doesn't involve waiting times. I think I know what you're talking about. And Redacted Pengu, welcome. Nope. A little bit late on that, sliding a little too far before the wall jump. No, coming in way too low that time. I think I was maybe just a little too far left going off the vine at the beginning of that jump. And that threw off all of the positioning from there, so well, gotta fix that. Oh, whoops. And up we go. Yeah, very satisfying to do that offset off the last piranha in particular, in fact. And do we need to continue speeding through this? Yes, I do, except I didn't mean to ground pound there. I was trying to adjust myself onto that last platform, and I think the idea is that you get a spin jump off that last one where you keep pace with the shell. I think we can totally do this. If that's the sort of main event in this segment. I had the timing down, I just didn't get the landing on that last hard block segment down accurately because the angle that it was descending at wasn't really quite ideal for getting down there safely, but I do understand how to do that, I think. We just keep pace with a shell, spin jump on the shell, ride it out, Have a grand old time. And yeah, Mang, just reading that as we go. Sometimes it just means the level's in good shape, but we're able to do some of that stuff blindly, even with my reaction time that I bring to some of those obstacles. But yeah, that was a pretty significant stretch of progress. Okay, there we go. Can't get enough of the offset in that third piranha. That really is one of those things that just makes this level click. It looks ugly, but whatever makes it work. Looks like that is an offset that must be based on a buried object underneath. Just trying to reverse engineer that in my head. There we go. Yeah. No, I do need to twirl out of that. Just to gain a little bit more distance there. Yeah, Mail64, thank you for dropping the different versions of your level today. I hope that was a useful playtest. Even if there's more that you still want to do with that. And there we go. I actually didn't even see the exit pipe was right there the last time that it was in that segment, but that's a clear. Thank you for that, Mang. Glad we could finally stick that out after 3 separate sessions. I guess that means I won't have to think of an alternate title for this level. Really should have had one prepared for this session, but that's okay. Thank you for the GGs. I see now what you mean, almost there with the first try. I don't know if next time we'll be doing Space Bunny 3. It seems like we should maybe do the trilogy in order, just for extra pain and tribulation. I see Supernova didn't leave a like on this. Oh yeah, you discussed that earlier. Yeah. But we'll see, because I've played a lot of these older ones as well. Anyway, Green Heroes, you're going to be the closer today. I think. Well, we'll see if we have time for anything after that. Green Heroes, depending on your level. And because maybe I'll take some from people who came in late and didn't get a chance to submit before closing. So. Let's punch in next. Green Heroes checking in with the Pride Pog. Let's put in the code. Mighty Wings, Cheap Trick. No points for second place. Jump with the music. I'll fly with you. And it has 1 checkpoint. Alright, let's see what this is all about. Okay, so it looks like we'll load in after the door and, once again, jump into music. Probably should turn my volume up for this thing. I'm not currently on headset, unfortunately. I wasn't really prepared for music levels. But, there are the block markers here for the benefit of people who play Mario with alternate music tracks. So I do see that the block markers are where the jumps are supposed to be located. And so... And actually, now that I'm listening to this carefully, I do, in fact, see what we're supposed to be doing rhythmically, so... And as with Green Heroes levels, as usual, we're going to have a looping structure with a lot of alteration between states. Now you're all just reminding me of how much we need a Galaxy theme that has Bee Mario. And, okay, up we go. Okay, just missing that edge jump, of course, off the icicle there. Just need a cleaner landing on top of it in order to get the next jump in the first place. Okay, there we go. Oh, just missing that. And up we go. Yeah, it's still missing the same jump, actually. Possibly taking the edge markers a little too literally. Not that we're following the markers, it's more that I'm just mistiming the edges. You know, given that the bullets are going to keep you in place anyway, horizontally, it's not like you're going to have too much influence on the timing with anything positional. Muncher is going to just barely leave you enough room. Jumping too high over that icicle, that's the issue there. That's the thing that we have to fix. I actually haven't replayed my copy of Galaxy and All-Stars yet. Sort of saving that for some occasion when I really want to plug that in. Now, up we go. And just going to load in this area here. Yeah, once again, just overshooting on top of some of those icicles. From holding the jump too long, we'll just need to get nice, crisp landings whenever we can. And just let the blasters do the rest of the work. It's important to stay relatively grounded, just to make sure the jump is always available when we need it. Okay, that worked out fairly well. Let's do it again. Yeah, probably should have taken that jump seriously too. That's okay. Look at those mighty wings carrying me to victory. Pretty much. Carrying or just along for the ride? Okay. Yeah, now that we understand that overshooting icicles is consistently a problem, we'll just come and fix that. Paying too much attention to the drop on top of the checkpoint and not enough to the first jump. And just a little bit early off of that icicle, so... let's react a little faster this time. And up we go. Next segment. Yeah, we'll just redo it a little at a time. We're asking, this is 1.75%, not when I'm done with it, it won't be. Well, depending on the sample size, obviously. Okay. Yeah, just still overshooting that last jump there. Is Seesaw Airlines up to 40,000 now? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. See, the ironic thing, Supernova, of course, was that you wiped all of those like farming April Fool's speedrun levels that you had put together, and then that's when you started really farming tons of likes. Like, pretty much right in that moment. I'm sure there's some kind of fable or morality play bound up in that. Something that will one day be performed in an amphitheater of morality tales about level design, but yeah, Green Heroes, I guess, with Take On Me. And that's... Maybe when you see clear rates deflated, like that's just a sign that people who are out of their depth are still willing to retry it and are having fun, so... Might not be the worst thing, really. If they're willing to stick with it, despite the song. Oops. Let's not jump on that last icicle, let's just get pushed. Nice crisp landings if we can manage it from time to time. Yeah, still missing that last one. Probably because the second last jump is just coming too late. Yeah, still overshooting it slightly. I'm still trying to do a fairly short jump there. I think it's just that it is consistently late. Nope, should not be jumping there. Went from 10% to 3%, wow. Well, that's what happens when a bubble blows up somewhat, I guess. There we go. Finally got that jump. And then we are going to be taken up for one more round here. And the same jump as before. It's okay, we'll just need to do it twice. Hey, forward we go. And what's this up that we're seeing here? I was pointing up at the jump blocks and I jumped towards that and died to an icicle, so don't exactly know if I was meant to hit those. If I was, I think I had to do it a little bit earlier so we didn't get smushed on the right side, but wasn't really watching the setup very accurately here, so we could be doing that just a little bit better. Oh, it means hold up. Okay, okay. See, I was maybe just momentarily doubtful of all that. Yeah, reading instructions, not my skill set here. Oh, I see. Hold up because of a door. Yeah. Guess we actually do need to read ahead slightly. And what's going on here? Yeah, just through the pipe. And now things are really fully stacked. And we're going to miss the top of the flag. That's okay. GG regardless with the G over G, which I guess just reduces to 1. Okay, we are through the queue. Let me just see how we're doing for time. So here's what I'm going to do. Is it actually reduced to 0G? Well, I mean, in low gravity, perhaps. Okay, if anybody has not yet been played at all today, so no resubmissions, but if anybody has not yet been played at all today, and didn't manage to get something into the queue, feel free to submit quickly. And by quickly, I mean that by the time I select a level by Supernova, I will be closing the queue, so let's remember to actually type next. I increased the clear rate, excellent. Yeah, like I said, I didn't have the best sound set up over here right now, so I'll actually want to go over the video afterwards, Green Heroes, just to properly appreciate what you're doing with some of the layering. I mean, I could hear it well enough, just not in extreme detail. We saw an early version of Crimson Companion, but I've not played Star Swamp, so I think we'll be doing that one. Oh, is Roru also 28? Because I know you spoiled that SD was 28. But I guess their birthdays must be quite proximate. Anyway. Let's close up. Green Hero streamers are always exceptional players. Oh, it depends. It really depends, but I'm glad you think so. But I'm sure you watch enough streamers too. I kind of know that by now and engage their skill sets accordingly. Oh, so SD is actually 29 and that's why you had to re-upload. Okay, okay. And add an extra candle there and break the symmetry of your massive cake. Okay, stream is closed. Let's just do Supernovas as our closer. And that will be it for today. Alright, so that's going to give me a little bit of a preview of what's going on. We're eventually going to be dropping into some wigglers on the other side. Star swamp, that's why. So we retained a star. No, we do not kill the wigglers, we stay on the munchers. And yeah, that's kind of an interesting star concept. We'll need another star eventually, I'm sure. Oh, no, it's going to be Star Swamp because depending on whether we have the invincibility state, we take one side or the other. And try not to nuke anything in the interim. Note, that was a bad idea. I should actually have read the one-way panels. Here we go. No, we need to swap here. I was busy looking over at chat and being extremely complacent about what Green Heroes was saying about something being garbage. Yeah, it really is interesting, I think. What a variety of experiences you can get out of watching streamers of the same game. The amount of variation there truly is. Okay, I like that mid-air swap there. Plenty of warning for it, too. We probably shouldn't have taken a hit with the mushroom there, but that's okay. Checkpoint. It was just an extra safety buffer, I think. Yeah, it should have accounted for the platform falling off that soon. And yeah, we do want to lower that guy. He's going to fall back off, but his service has been completed. And I totally forgot to swap. So, let's pay attention. Yeah, neat idea, in general. Let's not do that. No, Green Heroes, the only thing we're talking about is that in Supernova's Yoshi level that was built for SD's contest, there's a birthday cake. The birthday cake originally had a number of candles on it that made the layout symmetrical. Now that he corrected the number, it is no longer symmetrical. And Supernova thinks that people won't be able to tell, but he really underestimates the degree to which people who play Mario Maker can be OCD. Okay, let's go for it here. And oh, whoops, no. Up on top of the spikes up there. You thought it was saying something broke in this level? No, the only thing that broke in this level is my attention span. But otherwise, mechanically, things are doing fine. Whoops. No. Okay. Whoops, too early, actually. Slightly too early. Do need to listen to the audio cue. Here for the star. You see supernova, you would think that people wouldn't notice, but it's one of those situations where as soon as I notice that something like that has an odd number to it, I would be inclined to check. That's just me, though. Maybe I'm just more particular about this sort of thing than a lot of people are willing to be. I think I did have the right idea by dropping those on top of the muncher stack. Yeah, definitely pretty interesting concept. I think in some ways that the star is actually underrated in Mario Maker in terms of people putting it into good use. Part of that, of course, is that there aren't a lot of things to really make playable around it other than munchers because of that combination of hard collision and damage. Probably should have just gone for the gate in mid-air, to be honest, but that's what happens when you're trying to get that tape. Okay. Up we go. Thing here is going to go just fine. And down. Yeah, just enough to work with. Whoops, totally slipped. Well, Mang, very valuable point of life advice here. Don't get odd, get even. Honestly though, the lack of positioning tools out of the box in Mario Maker to account for symmetry, it really does bother me. So many of those situations where you just want a single door rather than the double door. Or for things to be spaced out just a half tile away. You have to find so many unorthodox methods to do offsets in light to make that happen when honestly, we should just be able to do half-tile placements in the first place. Okay, there we go. And yeah, as far as an accurate but asymmetrical cake goes, keep that in mind, because one thing that has been bugging me about the positioning tools in Mario Maker is that I'm currently also trying to lay out, or I have already laid out, an odd-numbered pastry for various undisclosed reasons that are probably not hard to guess. And yeah, it really does bug me that the layout I have cannot be made symmetrical. Cannot be made evenly spaced. Because of the particular element that I'm using to render that. Which, unfortunately, I am not willing to compromise on. Alright, let's just take it. There's some kind of text in the bottom which says, oh, it's probably just Roy or something like that. Maybe it's visible in the... it's poison. No, it wouldn't be visible in this course description, but that's okay. Hi, Roy. Yeah, I guess so. That's maybe what it says. I wasn't really paying attention to the text there, I guess. Close enough. Anyway, thank you for that, Supernova. Good to have that one as the closer today. We'll mark that one as a win, and that is a clear queue. So, thank you everyone for joining me for this broadcast. Hopefully everything was functional in terms of the broadcast. Not too many frames dropped, not too much audio glitching out, anything like that. Thank you once again for all the levels, especially. It's really just due to you folks that we have a supply of content on this stream that I actually enjoy playing, which is very important if you want to do this sort of thing. I will be browsing around briefly and sending you folks on to somebody interesting, I'm sure. And yeah, we'll get that going. We'll pass you on to somebody, probably with an open queue. And this week, oh yeah, I should actually remember to announce this. Once again, that's for the midweek streams this week, and possibly going into early this week, we'll be finishing up some of the indie feature that we've been doing recently. So we've already done half of this. We finished Carto, Grease, and Creeks already, but the other three, Shady Part of Mage, Genesis Mar, and A Short Hike, we'll be doing over the weekday streams, and then returning to Mario Maker next weekend for viewer levels. So, thank you for joining me for any of this, really. And in the meantime, we'll fuss about some symmetry in the Mario Maker editor, because that's the sort of thing that will continue to give me nightmares. As always, thanks for watching. Stick around if you want to raid. I'll pass you on in just a moment, and you have a good night, good morning, good week, good rest of July, whatever it is you celebrate this time of year, and fare thee well.